this is Trump. Trump is doing his best to mimic. It's probably halfway there, right? So what is going on, caused by the United States to some extent, both the tariff prices, I will talk about it in a minute, and also Strait of Hormuz, that is also disturbing normal trade patterns that we've had for almost 2 decades. Not in the same way as COVID was disturbing things, but it's a decent try, I guess you could say. The consequence for businesses is very predictable, right? If you are faced with more uncertainty, it's just like consumers will do in a situation like this. They will start stockpiling things. And that is exactly what businesses have been doing over the last few years. And they've built up stockpiles. They have tried to be less reliant on single suppliers. They have tried to look for alternative manufacturing countries instead of China, or in addition to China, at least find one other country where you can manufacture your things. All of this has an impact on shipping, right? Because some of the big routes are now a little bit less big. There are some alternative trajectories that came in that grew a lot, from Vietnam to Europe, Vietnam to the United States, Philippines, Indonesia, lots of other places in the world. India is also to some extent benefiting from that a lot, because there's a lot of parties who think that an alternative to China could very much be India. So a lot of growth and a lot of development here is also to some extent caused by that. But it's very predictable. It's not a surprise at all that companies are doing this, and they've been doing this for the last 5-6 years or so. And then this guy came along. And so just when we were recovering from COVID, from this huge upset of global trade, Trump showed up with a trade device, tariffs, but used for totally the wrong reasons, with the wrong impact and the wrong idea behind it. I think he's a very interesting case when he's gone, that we reflect on this and say, okay, trends whatsoever, and the impact is real, as we will see later on, which is the troubling consequence of it. So let's have a look at what's going on. So if you look at COVID, this is Shanghai North Europe Freight Index. It's an index that was created in China in 2009 to represent, because China is the center point for a lot of the container trade in the world, not all of it, but a lot of it. So the collection of freight rates gives a pretty good picture of what's going on in terms of freight levels in the world. And you can clearly see that this huge bump in the COVID period is also reflected in freight rates. And that's it, right? That this COVID is the cause, and the freight rate bump is the consequence. It's not the other way around. You see also in 2024 had the Houthi problem and the Suez Canal that was affected by that, and it also leads to another problem. This has 2 consequences. One, it impacts trade, because a lot of companies are reconsidering to ship. Not that they always have a choice, right? They usually have to ship whatever the cost is. So we've seen this, prices of containers go up tenfold. They are still booking containers on ships because the goods really need to move. That's one. So, but companies are upset by this. And the second is, shipping companies make an enormous amount of money, right? Because if you suddenly, your freight rates, and you see here the blue one goes from 1,000 to 10,000, suddenly you make 10 times as much money, and most of that is profit. So lots of shipping companies, Maersk, MSC, CMA, lots of these companies make enormous amount of money. We will see later on what they try to do with this money. So again, if you are a little bit versed in microeconomics, in shipping, it's not unpredictable, what happens here. And because the shipping industry follows a sort of a supply and demand pattern, where on the short term, capacity in shipping is always limited, because shipbuilding takes time. So as soon as you see the market growing, demand grows, or supply shrinks, as the case may be, you can expect freight rates to go up. and they go up significantly, right? Like we've seen, not just 20% more, but twice as high, 4 times as high, 10 times as high. That is very predictable, again, based on how short-term demand and supply interaction works in shipping. What is surprising, and this has cost them to some extent, that this also applies, it applies to dry bulk shipping, right? It applies to tanker shipping, that we already knew for decades. We never, well, I think certain circles thought that this would not apply to container shipping, because container shipping is regulated, has antitrust exemptions, and they have some freedom to collude with each other to create reliable schedules and frequency of transportation, and schedules with ports of loading and ports of unloading. So a different way of shipping than boat shipping, but also a different structure of the market, and that would, at least that's what they thought themselves, that would exempt them to some extent from this kind of short-term supply-demand interaction, but it didn't, not at all. And in Europe, this has severe consequences. For instance, for the antitrust exemption and the regulation that we have in Europe to allow these shipping companies to work together, that exemption was scrapped, partly due to this, partly because the industry, a lot of other people said, yeah, look, guys, you don't have control of the market. And you told us you need this antitrust exemption to make sure that this never happens, and it happened nevertheless. So, I mean, you're not in control as much as you thought. We'll take away this regulatory protection because apparently you don't need it anyway. It doesn't work. So it has significant consequences. Just to show you the long-term picture, because this stopped in 2000. Well, there's the dots here, but the more recent, this is the most recent one that I could find. You see COVID on this side. This is COVID, and then this is the troubles in the Middle East in general. Part of it is the Houthis here in the beginning, part of it is Trump, and part of it is the Persian Gulf problem that emerged more here. So you see that 2023 is 3 years. In a period of 3 years, container shipping has been in a sort of a roller coaster for quite some time already. Prices spiking up and down, predictably in the sense that they spike up and down, but unpredictably when the next spike will come. Yeah, and they also fall back to the low levels that we've had for decades already. So that's also interesting. Other problems, and we've seen that some of our choke points, I could name you a whole bunch of choke points, all of them turned out to be vulnerable, and the Panama Canal vulnerable to low water problems due to climate change. Suez Canal, well, it was an unfortunate incident, right? Not something that is repeated quickly, I think, but it shows how vulnerable global traffic is to an incident like this, with a ship that is stuck for, well, only a week, right? It was stuck for a week. Yeah. Then for this particular ship, it was stuck in the Bitter Lakes for another 3 months or so, and all the cargo on there was stuck for 3 months as well. So it has a huge impact. I think they're still litigating some of the consequences. And just recently, the salvage contract was awarded, or how do you say, the payment on the salvage contract was agreed in court. So that is a litigation that years after the fact is finally settled. The towage company that pulled the ship free gets 30 million. That was just settled. The settlement on the gross average, so the damages of the cargo in the ship, and that is still being litigated. So it has a huge consequence, this kind of incident. I could not talk about Hormuz, obviously. You wouldn't believe how many journalists I've been talking to in the last few weeks that have asked me, Albert, is it open again or not? We read that Trump has now has a deal. And even now, the last week we had the most significant discussion about a deal. Today, just this morning, I read that the Iranians have declared the Strait closed again because they're not happy with Israel. So this is a significant problem. Yesterday, 35 ships went through the Strait. Today, only 10. And in normal times, it was more than 100. So this shows also that it's a significant problem. Lots of spoofing and other kinds of funny business going on with ship locations. It's a significant seafarer-related issue, right? Because there's still hundreds of ships stuck with seafarers on it. Some companies have just left behind skeleton crews. Some other companies have left the entire crew on the ship. After 2 months, you really start to figure out how you get water and food and other kinds of necessities to the ship. It seems to be a whole new trade environment is created there with lots of local dealers who are providing everything you want as long as you pay. So it's expensive. And so you can see that this is not only a geopolitical issue, but also a social economic issue for the shipping industry of how to deal with this. I was just talking to a large shipping company in Rotterdam recently who said, do you have ships there? I said, yes, we had 4 ships, but one was the charter. And the charter ended. So we gave it back to the owner, and it's not a problem anymore. Yeah, I'm sure it's not your problem, but there is a problem, because that ship has seafarers on it that are still stuck there, right? So what's the owner going to do about this? So it's an ongoing issue. The consequences of this are also severe, right? In terms of what all these other countries are going to do. So Saudi Arabia already has a pipeline that goes all the way from the east to the west of the country, which means that you can also get loading of oil in the Red Sea, and not in the Persian Gulf, but in the Red Sea, in the port of Yanbu, I think it's called. Yeah, Yanbu. It's not a very, it's awkward if you go with really large tankers there that cannot really go further to the Suez Canal, because you have to turn around and go back. But it is doable, and they can do about 70% of their daily production can go through the pipeline. There's another pipeline in Oman. Iraq is thinking about a pipeline system. Iran is thinking about building pipelines. Qatar is trying to figure something out with Turkey. So there will be a lot of pipeline construction going on, I think, in the next few years to make sure that this reliance on the ports in the Persian Gulf is being reduced, which will also have its consequences on shipping. Some terrorists, this is an example. So the Houthis in the Red Sea who are frustrating traffic through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. They were quiet for a while. Now they've sort of started shooting again, it seems, although not as much as they used to 2 years ago. One of the things they also did was this: they hijacked a car carrier for 14 months. So that ship was stuck close to Yemen for 14 months, as I said. Crew still on it, and they were showing it around as a tourist attraction. So they were ferrying people to and from the ship, saying, the ship cannot go anywhere. Look how powerful we are. So that sort of risk still present in that area, which means it's not all that good an alternative for the Persian Gulf traffic as you would think, because there's always this threat in the Bab Strait. We've talked a lot about alternative routes. As it turns out, you can see here the differences in sailing days, but to be honest, in terms of cost, the difference is not all that great. And I always say, as an economist, if you put stuff on a ship, you don't want it to go fast anyway, so a few days more or less is not really that critical, not even for stuff that travels in containers, because if it was really critical, you would put it in an airplane. So the alternatives is actually not that problematic, right? And if you turn early enough, just after Singapore, the extra length is not all that great anyway. So that's why you see a lot of shipping companies moving. So you need a bit more capacity, but if you have that settled, then this alternative route around Africa is not all that problematic. Some other developments in container shipping we've seen in COVID that the access to capacity on ships was restricted. So some companies, Lidl, for instance, which is a retailer in Europe, has decided to build its own shipping company, Tailwind. And we've had long debates about how sustainable this would be, because container shipping doesn't exist like that for nothing in these really big ships. Because it's cheap. And if you start running shipping lines with smaller ships, Okay, there's a benefit, it's your ship, but it's also small, which means it's more expensive. So he said, well, maybe this will not last very long. And some of the initiatives, IKEA was another company that tried to do this, disappeared again after COVID. This one is still around and is expanding. So there seems to be a place in the market for smaller container shipping companies with we're talking about 2, 3, 4,000 TEU vessels, which are running very efficient schedule. Which is, by the way, for large ports, so Port of Rotterdam, where I'm from, things are big, right? Port of Rotterdam is a big port. The container business in the Rotterdam is big. Basically, our whole view is we need to facilitate ships of 20,000 TEUs and larger. That's it. And if you say, yeah, but guys, there's also smaller ships around them. Shouldn't you think about how to deal with those ships? Maybe 10,000 TEU, 12,000 TEU, 4,000 TEU. So no, they have to go somewhere else. That's not what we are building our ports for. So the view in a lot of parts of the world is container shipping is 20,000 TEU vessels. And this company is proving otherwise, right? So it's a very important insight as well. This is a consequence of the picture I showed you of Trump with all his tariffs. People thought, this is a lunatic, it's crazy, he doesn't understand how tariffs work, whatever. There is real consequences. For instance, this one. So all the container traffic from China to the west coast of America for a while totally collapsed as a result of these tariffs. Because, okay, they were very high, right? At some point he was putting 100% tariffs, which means all the stuff that comes from China became twice as expensive. So that has a significant impact. That trade completely disappeared for a while. Container shipping companies started to divert ships to other places, and so it messed up the structured, scheduled way of container shipping for quite some time. Yeah, you see here US imports plunged 64% in March and April of last year. And this is another case, and so this is, I pointed at the date, so this is something I looked at a year ago, so way before the real conflict. And this is a map of spoofing and GPS spoofing and jamming. That is actually a real-time map, and where you can see who is where. The GPS is unreliable, and there was a bit of a burning conflict already in the area. And what you see is that one way of looking at of identifying this in an early stage is that spoofing and jamming that flares up as an activity. And so even before a real conflict really erupts. So I thought this was an interesting, that you could already see this conflict brewing a year ago, even though the eruption was only 6-7 months later. And finally, I thought another development that we've seen. So Luigi Aponte is the owner of MSC, as you know. He made an enormous amount of money, as I said, in COVID. And what is this guy doing with his money? Okay, he's buying container ships. He bought a bunch of other things. He bought a few ports, but he's also buying tankers. Or actually, and he did it in a fairly sneaky way, because there is a South Korean company called Singapore who was buying into VLCC and Suezmax tankers, but in a big way. They were really trying to corner the market in this segment. And we already know from Maritime economics, you don't have to own all the VLCCs. If you own 20%, you can really corner the market. You can set prices. You can play a monopolist game if you want. And that seems to be what these guys are doing. So they're buying up all the contracts for new ships, and they are also buying all second-hand ships that are available. They are buying it. And it turns out it was not really Singapore itself, because they don't have that much money. It was Aponte, because he has that much money that he can basically buy all the available tanker space in a relatively short period. And I haven't spoken to him, obviously, but I think he is really trying to, he is doing this with MSC, because that's not the biggest container shipping company in the world. I think he's trying to play a similar game with the tanker world, that he understands that monopolizing the industry and being able to control supply of ships is a very important way to make an enormous amount of money. Yeah. running ships is boring. This kind of game is how you really make millions. It seems. So this is ongoing. This was a few months ago. On the other hand, so there is a lot of turmoil. On the other hand, there are some things that are not so easy to change. If you look at an overview of emissions, CO2 emissions of shipping, particularly, this is a lot of transport modes, but if you look at shipping, there has been a call for more emission reduction, for energy transition. I will talk about it also a little bit more in detail after lunch. But actually the developments and the progress is very slow, right? It's not easy to change things in an industry like the shipping industry, where you have long life assets, and where okay, all the new ships have some sort of emission reduction idea behind it, alternative fuels or technology or whatever. But the transformation of the industry itself is a very slow process. Another thing that is changing, and this is more local story in Rotterdam. In Rotterdam, we are lucky that we have all these hinterland modes, rail, road, barging on the rivers. We have all these possibilities, and we would very much like to see this changing from less road to more barge and train. And we've been trying this for 30 years, not successful. The split of barge, truck, rail has been what it is for 30 years, regardless of any policy, any subsidization, any effort of the government, hiring clever scientists like me and my colleagues to figure out what to do differently. It's not working. In fact, it's getting worse. It's because uncertainty creates necessity to be quick and to change your opinion, to try to be flexible. Trucking is much more suitable for that. So we actually see a reduction of barging and rail and an increase of trucking. Very difficult to change. One other important development I think that we could talk about is, have we seen the biggest container ships? Now that's has been a trend it's been growing for 25 years. We've seen 24,000 TEU vessels, 24,324 TEU vessels, and then a little bit more than that, but not the jump to 28,000 TEU. I think we can now safely say it's not going to happen either. And so in that sense, this is also an auspicious moment in time. Because we've had this before in tanker shipping, and the culmination of the largest vessels in tanker shipping happened in the beginning of the 1970s. The culmination of the largest ships in dry bulk shipping happened in the 1980s, more or less. And now, as we live now, we have seen the sort of culmination towards the largest container vessels. I think we've witnessed it, right? The biggest ships are not going to be much larger than 24,000 TEU. In fact, the industry has already realized that 24,000 TEU is too big. It's an unwieldy vessel. It's creating bottlenecks in ports. It's creating congestion in hinterland traffic. Some of them actually regret that they have built these vessels. And if you look at what they are ordering now, what they are building now, it's more like 16, 17, 18,000 TEU. And that is a versatile vessel that is big enough to be cheap, to be run profitably, but not so big that it causes all kinds of logistics problems in ports. 24,000 TEU is really too large. They're not going to admit it if you talk to them. Say, look, don't you regret choosing this vessel? Don't you hit yourself on the head that you have put in another few 24,000 TEU vessels? They will not admit this, but it is, I think, what it is. Yeah. So I would be very surprised that a bigger ship comes up. And some Chinese yard has made a design for 26,000 TEU. I think it's rubbish. McKinsey has come up with a report that says 30,000 TEU vessels might be possible. Idiotic, it's not going to happen, I think. So that's also interesting, because this happened the last 3 years or so, that we've seen these vessels built, that we see this turnaround in the industry. Actually, COVID sparked a lot of that. That the industry has turned around, just like the dry bulk shipping and tanker shipping have turned around on their view of what does the biggest ship look like. We are actually witnessing this. Yeah, so mid-sized vessels have taken over. a lot. Final thing maybe to talk about that. So we see in container shipping particularly, I think, two emerging philosophies. One is container shipping is part of logistics, which means that to serve customers, shipping is not enough in itself, and you need to expand in providing services to the box, to the container. This could be packing and unpacking, this could be onward transportation, this could be all kinds of other things. But that's one philosophy, and the other philosophy is shipping is shipping. So we make money by moving stuff on ships. We put boxes on ships, we have big ships, we have the most ships, and that's it. If the customer needs anything else, call somebody else. And we are doing shipping. So two philosophies. In Maersk, this is a picture of Rotterdam. Maersk is in the first category, so they are building terminals, but not only terminals, they are also building cold stores. So this is a cold store, this white facility over here, where specifically, because they are dominating the market for refrigerated containers, where specifically they are offering logistics services for refrigerated containers. Very close to the terminal, and so they are building 50 of those facilities around the world in areas where they already have a terminal. So you see them integrating their logistics networks of shipping, cargo handling, and container handling in these 50 different locations. So that's the Maersk is doing. At the same time, and this is part of that, I think, at the same time, Maersk, together with Hapag-Lloyd, have developed this idea that if you are a logistics service provider, not just a shipping company, but a logistics service provider, your performance is not measured by how big your ships are, but by how efficient your logistics services. And a large part of that is reliability. So their new strategy from Gemini is about how do we create a network, a shipping network, that is nevertheless, and that doesn't have the maritime peril that you always have on shipping, and you never know what the weather is, and you never know how long sailing takes or what happens at sea or all that. Try to ignore, try to make sure that you can deliver predictable arrival times, predictable sailing durations, scheduled loading, unloading periods in ports and all that kind of stuff. So, and the way they do it is by making their networks less complex, right? Instead of picking up cargo in 7 ports in one end of the world and delivering at 5 ports at the other end of the world, they are choosing 3 ports of loading and 2 ports of discharge. And so because they figured out that not the sailing part is the problem, but the time in port is the problem that is causing the disturbances. So the less time you spend in port, the better it is. Yeah, so they've redesigned their networks. It does mean, that leads to all kinds of interesting conjectures. It means that you need big turning points, big ports where you can actually do this game of how you bring in a big ship and then you have all kinds of smaller ships moving around. Rotterdam is one of those, Algeciras is one of those, Dubai would be one of those. Lots of these places are problematic at the moment. In Rotterdam, the terminal is being expanded, but it is not big enough yet to fully facilitate this. So in Rotterdam, this game doesn't work yet. And it's really bugging them a lot because they basically introduced the idea too early for Rotterdam, right? Dubai or one of the ports in the Middle East, inaccessible at the moment, so that's not working. So they're struggling to get this going, but it's part and parcel of this whole philosophy of we want to be not only a shipping company, but also a logistics service provider. MSC is playing a totally different game, right? They are, because they had so much money, they are buying up some ports. One of those ports happens to be this one. Well, actually part of it. So this is Rotterdam. This is the dry bulk, one of the dry bulk terminals. This is what was called ECT, it's now called Hutchison Rotterdam, which has an automated key on this side and a very old automated key over here, terminal, and then a classic rubber tie gantry crane terminal over here. And now MSC has bought or is buying into this half of the peninsula to develop, it's called the Omega project, to develop a new the most modern terminal of the world, because they are now doing a lot of their loading and unloading in Antwerp. But Antwerp is constricted. They cannot grow in Antwerp. And they want to grow, so they are going to hop over to Rotterdam. It's a huge success in the fight between Rotterdam and Antwerp of who is the better port, that they are able to do this. Problem is, Hutchison is also owner of the 2 container ports in Panama. And there Trump got involved. It says, how can it be that the Chinese control the Panama Canal? It's not really the case, right? Because they are controlling 2 terminals. But in the philosophy of Trump, that means you can squeeze the Panama Canal, apparently. So Trump said it's impossible that these guys play this role. Then MSC, together with a big investor company, made a sort of a leap forward and said, well, you know what, then we'll just buy the whole Hutchison port holdings, 45 terminals around the world, 46, including Rotterdam. We'll just buy it. So instead of doing a contract on just this one half of the peninsula, suddenly MSC would own this whole thing. Would come to own this whole peninsula, because that's all Hutchison. And then it became a geopolitical game. Then the Chinese government got involved, even though Hutchison is Hong Kong based. 2 countries, 1 country, 2 systems, doesn't matter anymore. Chinese government got involved and says, you know what, we don't agree. We have to look at this properly. And that process is still ongoing since March last year. So we don't know what's going to happen. And this means that here in Rotterdam, we are a little bit in limbo at the moment. Because a year ago, we were looking at potentially the biggest, funnest, I would say, most innovative container terminal design project in the world. I was telling this to all my students, is look, your career will be made here. If you want to go into terminal design for the next decade, this is the most exciting project that you can ever get involved in. Now, this whole thing is waiting around, and in Rotterdam, there is actually nobody who is really in control. It's being discussed in the United States, and at the CEO table of BlackRock in Washington. It's being discussed in Hong Kong, in China, in Geneva, maybe at the working table of Mr. Aponte, but not in Rotterdam. Yeah. So suddenly we find ourselves at the short end of the stick, maybe. Then this is another wealthy billionaire. This is the owner of Rudolf Sade, that was the owner of CMA. I've mentioned theirs, MC, CMA, third one. This guy is in the office of Trump. And why? Because Trump said, you know, tariffs is a very good thing. What we are going to do is figure out how to tariff Chinese-built ships. Every Chinese-built ship, which is a lot, that comes into the United States port will have to pay tariffs as well, not on the cargo, but on the ship. The fact that this bloody Chinese ship is in this port, we will make them pay about $1 million or so, somebody said, for every visit. So then, yeah, what are you going to do? So this guy showed up in Trump's office and said, you know, because the United States doesn't really have a shipbuilding industry yet. Where shipbuilding is booming is here in India. That's where shipbuilding is really booming, not in the United States. So the United States doesn't have a shipbuilding industry to speak of. So he showed up there and said, you know what, I can put up $20 billion. I'm going to help you build the shipbuilding industry, and then I'm going to put in the first orders for container vessels, and I will make sure I have the first United States-built container vessels. Don't you like this, Mr. Trump? Yeah, I think a lot, because they made a map where that will happen. But it is funny, right? That the dynamics in this industry, especially in container shipping industry, is suddenly determined by a bunch of billionaires. And the Maersk family, the Sade family, the Ponte family, and the owners of the Lee family of Hutchison. A bunch of billionaires are suddenly determining what's going on in the shipping industry. So this is where we are. Global trade remains in turmoil. I think we're not going back to normal times. Not anytime soon, it looks like, at least not in the period that Trump is still sitting in the White House. It turns out shipping is very sensitive to this. We already knew this for decades, but you've seen publication of tariffs, and a few weeks later, trade collapses. And so this kind of sensitivity is really really large. And at the same time, especially global container shipping is going through a strategic transformation, as I explained to you, with different philosophies. And that has significant repercussions on how ports look, how shipping will happen. And in Rotterdam, I'm sad to say we have very little influence on this. And we thought we were the most powerful and most innovative and most clever port in the world. Turns out major decisions about Rotterdam are made somewhere else. And this is a harsh reality I think we are facing at the moment. Yeah. Notwithstanding all our interesting centers of maritime economics and logistics and all that, this is a new reality. I think that also the directors of the port of Rotterdam are waking up to the thing. I'm actually not really in charge of my own port anymore. Somebody else will decide what happens with this huge container terminal. And we don't even know the time path for that. Yeah, so that's where we are, I think, with the shipping. So I asked the question in the beginning, right? Do we have a problem? I would say I think a lot of companies have issues with trying to decide on investments in a setting that is so uncertain as this. But they are still doing this, right? You still see companies putting in orders in the order book. You see companies making decisions about ships, about hiring new people. That's still ongoing. Trade needs to be moved in the end. I think there is some reconsideration on how big things need to be, right? How big ships need to be, how big ports need to be, how big transportation modes need to be. So there is some revision of that going on. And global geopolitics remains a very unpredictable issue, and nobody. Well, okay, maybe I could have said I already knew this coming for a year, but actually I didn't realize that the increase of spoofing and jamming in the Gulf would eventually signify some sort of war conflict. So, I mean, it remains totally unpredictable what will happen next, I think. After ships stuck in Suez Canal, after the Houthis, after nobody knows what will be next. But it might be something significant. On the other hand, business as usual, right? We are still moving stuff around the world. I don't see a lot of companies really moving their manufacturing back to Europe. If they move manufacturing, it will be out of China into some other Asian country. So it's not going to change global shipping that much. There's a wealthy industry, right? The shipping industry made so much money during COVID. They can stick it out for a while, not making that much money anymore, although you see prices spiking up. And every time these prices spike up, they start making big money again. In shipping, you have to have a long-term scope anyway, right? So even this is a 5-year blip. In a 20, 30-year perspective, it might not be that significant. We don't know. We have to wait and see. Yeah. So I think we will deal with it somehow. People are creative. So what do we do here? Oh yeah, we keep delivering knowledgeable professionals, and I think this is also your remarks. We have to keep learning, we have to keep understanding what's going on. We have to broaden our mind on some of these things. We keep our boards active, our companies active, competitive and innovative with the help of these professionals. I think that's very much how I see my job as an academic director of a program. Is I'm helping these companies to get access to very clever people that really will help them sustain their business. And we try to contribute to positive change. That's what we try to do. So let me skip this. Thank you very much. This was the first part of my talk. I will switch and then talk a little bit more about cyber, because that's actually what we came here for. Anyway, check the time quickly. Yeah, I still have a bit of time. Because I have to set the scene for Dr. Macombi. Yeah. Right, I'll keep my clock close. We will have another 15 minutes or so. Talk about it this little. So 3 years ago, we had a discussion in the Netherlands about cybersecurity as a generic topic for the entire economy. And then the institute that I was directing at that time, or I think it just left or whatever, they created a program where they said we want to do more research on cybersecurity in all industries. We don't care if it's agriculture or care or transport or whatever. So then we said, well, we were just talking about this with the municipality of Rotterdam, because the municipality of Rotterdam, also the province, are quite concerned with the developments on cybersecurity, also the regulatory initiatives about making all companies responsible for their cybersecurity levels. And what will this do to small and medium-sized enterprises? And we have a lot of those in Port of Rotterdam. And just in the maritime industry, thousands of companies that are very, very small, that don't have development capacity, that don't have a lot of people who have time to think about stuff for the longer term. And if all of these are going to be confronted with their customers who will force them to make statements about their cybersecurity initiatives or cybersecurity certification, we're going to have a lot of problems. So that was the sort of the setting. We did a little bit of a project for the Port of Rotterdam and the municipality. I'll show you in a minute. And this project was the result of that, where we said, if you want to look at maritime cybersecurity, not so much ship related, but let's say port and maritime industry related, you need to specifically consider the business structures. We have a manufacturing company in the Netherlands called ASML that makes very fancy chip printing machines and lithography with printing machines for very advanced chips in the electronics industry. This company has a pyramid of suppliers, and whatever this company says, all these 2,000 suppliers will do it immediately, right? That is how manufacturing works. In the maritime industry, in the port specifically, it doesn't work like that. And even though the Port of Rotterdam Authority might not like to think that if they say something, everybody will do it, it's not really the case. So the structures are way more flat, there is no hierarchy, which means that in this specific type of business structures, with a lot of parties working together instead of ordering each other around, has maybe also consequences for how cybersecurity might be managed and introduced and regulated. So that's what we wanted to look at specifically in the maritime industry. So you see that we have a bunch of people involved. Marijn van Schoten for his work is from the Port of Rotterdam. He is the cybersecurity officer of the Port of Rotterdam, and so his particular responsibility is to make sure the port becomes cyber resilient. So it's quite some interesting people in there. So the first thing we did in the Netherlands, the way the regulation works is, at least part of it, is that the government says in every industry or region or area, you should put together what they call a cyber resilience initiative. And so it's basically a bunch of companies or parties working together, exchanging knowledge, exchanging experience, and being facilitated with people who know in detail what cybersecurity is about, both on the technical side, but also on the governance side. So what you can actually do to make companies more robust. So this exists in Rotterdam. It's called FAIRM, F-E-R-M, and it's an initiative that was born out by the Port of Rotterdam. But it's actually, the purpose is to benefit the entire business community around the port. All the maritime suppliers, the agents, ship suppliers, the ship repair companies, container repair companies, the terminals, all these companies around the maritime domain. And we did a bit of thinking and said, okay, what you need in this kind of cyber resilience initiative is, one, you need governance, and somebody has to say what needs to happen. In the maritime domain, it's a bit complicated because you have a port authority, for instance, but the port authority in Rotterdam is also the ISPS authority, right? So they are, the harbor master is the port authority, is the main authority for safety and security, which also covers cyber. So that's fine, but that is only applicable to about 160 different players. Then you have the environmental service, so the party in the Netherlands that is responsible for environmental safety, because of all the chemical companies, they are responsible for everything that deals with security for chemical companies. It's about another 100 or so. So you see that to talk about governance and who is in charge of what is actually not so obvious. So that's one. Second is you need people that know something about cyber. And one of the big concerns was all these SME companies, small companies, they they will be attacked by all these suppliers which have fancy tools and say, look, you need to pay me 10,000 euros, and then you have this little box that will deal with all your cybersecurity problems. And nobody knows if this is value for money, if this is true, if it actually works. So you need people who can understand this and who can judge, say, this is good value for money, this is a stupid idea, and forget it. So you need knowledge infrastructure, and then finally, if something happens, this is actually still a big problem. If something happens, you need to be able to fight back, especially in a connected business environment like we have in Rotterdam, where people are working together, exchanging data, are digitally connected. You have to make sure that an attack somewhere in this network doesn't transfer to other parts of the network and basically kill the whole port. So you need to figure out how you organize your cyber defense. And this is still a major problem, as I said, because our government is supposed to coordinate that whole idea of how do we organize cyber defense. And they don't really understand the port environment properly, which means the Port of Rotterdam, where I was spoken, is trying to talk to them and say, look, guys, I'm responsible for the port, which is a company, but also an ecosystem. So how can you help me if there is a cyber attack in this ecosystem at a specific terminal? What do you expect me to do, and what can you do? And then the government says, well, you need to inform us. Yeah, that's nice, but if we have an attack, I don't have time to pick up the phone and call you and just say, look, there's something happening. Oh, thank you. Well, how are you going to help me if I call you, say, we haven't decided that yet. So this is still a big issue at the moment in the Netherlands of the interaction between business, and the business would say, forget it, I'm not going to call you, I will deal with it myself, I will figure it out myself. If you're not going to help, why would I spend time calling you? So yeah, but because that's in the law. We have made a cyber law, and the cyber law says if there is an incident, you have to call the government. So you have to call us. So we're in a bit of a conundrum there. So we have this project, it's just finished. Lots of parties, and we try to put in some maritime parties. So Kotar is a harbor towage company, actually got rid of its tax, and it's now an innovation company that's selling planning systems for harbor towage around the world. Lloyd's Register was in there. That happens to be my brother because he's a former seafarer and he now works as a consultant for Lloyd's Register. Smartport is an innovation agency in the Port of Rotterdam. Schubert Phyllis is an IT company that is building robust cyber infrastructure, among others, in the Port of Rotterdam, but also for the pilots and for some of the other maritime players. So it's quite a maritime consortium. That's not boring with all this. I just will show you an example. So this is some of the stuff we did. This guy here is from Schubert. He's the innovation manager from Schubert, and this guy is the cyber manager, IT manager from Navi shipyards. And we organized a demo. One is this boat. This is a boat from Damen that has a ballast system in it. And then there's a control facility over here that you can hack. And they demonstrate this in various places so that you can hack the ballast system of the ship, which starts pumping in a way that you don't want, right? And then sooner or later the ship will start listing and it will, all the cargo will have this sort of, you see here on the right here, they have these blocks which represent containers and they will fall off. And it's a bit stupid thing, but at the same time, because it's not working like that in reality, but it still gives a good reason to start talking about, hey, what if some of our systems can actually be hacked, right? Maybe not the ballast system, but what about the water treatment plant on the ship, or what about the waste facility, or what about, before you know it, people start realizing that there are issues with this, with the accessibility of systems, with connectivity, and with actually not knowing about connectivity if you're on a ship. And then the Schubert people, what they did was they built, it doesn't look like a ship, but they built the IT infrastructure of a ship in a way it should be properly done. So it needs to be formally segmented. You need to separate OT systems from IT systems. You need to organize the connectivity to the outside world via satellite in a certain way. And they demonstrated all this, built it on this board, as you see here. And then they can also show that you can try to hack it. But if you have designed it properly, then you will be able to contain this hack or at least identify it. And then in such you can react in a way that you actually keep the system secure. So we organized things like this. Another example that is maybe interests you is this. We had a student looking into how connected is a ship that is sailing into a port? And is there a risk that this ship, because most of the ships that you're sailing on as well, won't be very new ships, I think, and as soon as they're 5, 10, 15 years old, the IT will also be 15 years old, which means the IT is sensitive, right? Is vulnerable. So most of the ships that are existing today are cyber compromised, right? Their IT is not what it should be. There's usually people who've left behind software or even malware that nobody knows about. So a ship is compromised almost by definition. What is the risk that this compromised ship will also compromise systems in the port? That was the question. So we try to identify who is communicating with whom in what way when a ship operates or enters the port. So you have obviously the vessel agent, the pilots, the boatman, the tugboat company. This in the middle is the Port of Rotterdam management system, and that deals with the bookings of ships and keys and all the instructions to all the various parties. And then we have what's called the port community system, which is more about facilitating information exchange for cargo handling, so the loading and unloading documentation. All this is connected and digital, right? So the ship is over here. The ship is not connected into this system at all, and not yet anyway. So if you want to communicate with the master of the vessel, pick up the phone or send an email or use the radio or whatever. But there is no digital connectivity at the moment, which means it's actually not a problem, right? The ship might be as compromised as you want. It's not going to affect the port. It might actually, so there's other questions asked, but at least there is no risk necessarily for the port, which is a good thing, because the harbor master also doesn't have any regulation to bar a cyber compromised ship from entering the port. He can do that when the ship is listing or sinking. Then he can say, stop, or leaking, I don't want this ship in my port. If the master says, yeah, I think I have a worm in my systems, but everything still works, the harbor master cannot say, well, don't come in, go for anchor, we'll deal with you later. And there's no regulation yet that does this. So it's a good thing. There is a huge risk, though. This is, I think, a little bit of a link to some of the discussion about later and why we do the training in the simulator. As soon as you start moving towards autonomous shipping, the ship will have to become connected, right? So then suddenly we are moving to a level of connectivity and control, because there's nobody on the ship to move levers or to turn the wheel or whatever. Everything needs to be actuated technically by systems. So then suddenly we become in a situation where this will become a big issue. If that autonomous ship is compromised, then it might be a significant problem. So that's the strange tension we are at the moment in the maritime industry, especially if you start looking at ships, which is why talking about cybersecurity a ship is way more interesting than talking about cybersecurity than an agency office on shore. In shipping, you have the situation that at the moment the problem is not that significant, even though ships might be vulnerable and the IT might be weak and whatever. It's not that necessarily a big problem. But if we move forward with our innovation, with autonomy and with remote control and all these developments that are ongoing at the moment, we are also introducing potentially a big risk into our world global trade system. And this, I think some people are aware of this. That's why we're here, because you were responsive to this discussion last time we were here. We've been in Estonia, they're very well aware of this. So there's various places where people see this, but also places where they're not at all susceptible to this kind of discussion. Whatever. Let's see how this goes. Well, let's create an autonomous ship first, and then we'll see how it goes. Right? And that is very risky, I think. So we're trying to spread the word a little bit on this as we go along. But yeah, so that's what we've been doing. I think it's time for a break now. And then after the break, Stephen will carry on more specifically about what's going on in cyber research in the maritime field, which sheds how we think training of seafarers is an important part of the solution. So we'll continue with that after the break. So for now, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative session. And any questions from audience? Alex? Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you. Then I request everyone to move for a tea break at officers' board. Thank you.
Just got a couple of videos. I was wondering.
Yes, sir. Just give me a minute.
You're right.
The break planner.
Please assemble here after 10 minutes. After taking tea and officer photo, please come here. Rahul, he is with us now.
Yes, sir.
That leader call. We will keep it long. Oh, we will keep it open.
How many people want?
26. So
26. Oh, perfect.
Yes. It's a delivery. I'll just
All right, all right.
break banner on this.
Let's go to the bathroom on the banner. Okay. Oh.
नहीं वास्तविक तो क्या है तो मेरा ना सिस्टम एक नहीं
इधर से बोली बंद करो
करने को है
Yeah, that's what I'm like, you guys understand. Yes. Sam. This engagement was a test history. As it appreciates us, it's no restriction that no licensing has in the international perspective. Please start promoting the scope and looking for areas of interest that the systems do not compromise. Systems. We basically treated our e-cards and was able to trust and access cards to business groups. We could also change the credit cards that our access cards are connected to and limit $100,000 to $500,000. To one of the shops. With the high that we gained in systems already access to choose operation and systems pages. This that allowed me to use one but the budget use and understood it's what it is. Almost so. That's one more thing. This wasn't some way else. My choice. She's actually all that. Get to hear back text the sounds like that.
Yes.
And almost as big as better. Penetration test, color switching, and medical access to vascular international requirements. These stop growing, a small labs looking for areas in which studying systems to optimize the medium box. These areas are medium box and connected to those so we can gain network access to systems. Compromise the fundamental system. We basically choose trust that response. We can also change different colors that
Hello, mic test 1 2 3 check. Hello, hello.
Penetration test, illustration, and that allows fast international based on protein these, looking for areas of interest that systems can optimize. We look at the media box, media box, and we can make more access to systems. We're able to compromise the planning system. Cards, let's say, trust and access cards to investments. Could also change the credit cards that buy access cards are related to that version $100,000, which is $500,000. Additional. Access card engagement. Not more than the time to access issues, operation, systems, and pages. Fortunately, this that cloud can teach why, but it's easy to understand before they explain it to them. Penetration test, illustration, that access fast and international flyer. These not broken the
Hello, mic test, 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 mic test. Hello, hello, hello.
Yes. Good morning to all. Again, welcome you back to this workshop on maritime transformation, geopolitical risks, cyber resilience, and alternate fuels happening today. So now we are going to have a second session on cyber security developments in the maritime domain. Going to be delivered by Dr. Stephen Mumbai, Professor of Maritime IT Security and Natural Standard University of Applied Sciences. Yes, I take this as my great privilege to introduce Professor Stephen Mumbai. He is the founder and lecturer of Maritime IT Security Research Group at NHS Standard. Stephen's research draws on a diverse background in policing, security, and information technology. His PhD thesis examined the impact of Eastern European cybercrime groups on Australian banks. Over the last 20 years, he has held management roles with a number of organizations, including IBM, National Australia Bank, and RSA Security. And he has also been an active researcher and academic over that period. Prior to working in industry and academia, spent 14 years in the NSW police as a detective and was instrumental in the establishment of the first computer crime investigation team. He has also lectured on cybersecurity and digital forensics over a number of years at Macquarie University, Charles Sturt University, and National University of Singapore, and published a large number of research articles on those topics. He is also currently a certified information security, system security professional, a certified fraud examiner, and an information systems security management professional. His current research interests are in maritime cyber threats, cybercrime, digital forensics, cyber threat intelligence, and cyber conflict. So with this short introduction, may I now request the professor to deliver his session to the audience. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you very much. So obviously my colleague Jeroen's here as well. He may chip in certain points if the question relates to that he can help with. But first, I just want to give you a little geography lesson on NHL Stendon. So you all know where our country Rotterdam, you all know where Rotterdam is, but I bet not many of you know now Leeuwarden, Terschelling is. We're from the north of Netherlands. I'll point to it. So this is where I'm based, this is where Jeroen's based, and this is where our Maritime Academy is. So like right in the north of the Netherlands. We don't get many tourists up there, but it's a lovely area. So hopefully one day you'll come and visit us and maybe use our facilities on Terschelling. And here's what's like, it's beautiful. Beautiful port on the island, and this faces the water. It's a very scenic location. So you heard the bio, just given. So I've been in cybersecurity for, I say 25, it's might be getting more like 30 years now. I was involved in the very early days of cybersecurity. We didn't call it cybersecurity, then we used to call it cybercrime, or not cybercrime, computer crime. Worked a lot on computer crime cases as a police officer, as a detective. Very early days, so I had to work out really how to do it. It was a new area. And then I moved into industry. I was lucky enough to work for IBM, which and ran maintain their incident response team. So basically responding to all the cyber attacks that IBM was having and also IBM's customers. So massive opportunity. I became very interested in understanding more about the people behind the attacks. We spent a long time looking at the technical artifacts, looking at malware, looking at things like that. We never thought about the people who are actually behind the attacks. So that's something I did my PhD. I actually looked at Russian and Ukrainian groups that are actually attacking Australian banks. I ended up working for an Australian bank as well. So I've always thought that understanding. Oh, I'm back. All right. The complete picture, the people behind the keyboard is really important, and what motivates them. You know, because a cyber attack won't happen unless the cyber attacker has some desire, some motivation to do something. That's the important thing we need to remember. And we do talk about all sorts of potential attacks, theoretical attacks that might happen. But in the end, it takes a real attacker actually have the need to execute that attack. The ability to need. I think that's really what I've learned. So maybe Jeroen, do you want me to introduce you or you want to introduce? Okay, so Jeroen's been an NHL standard almost forever. I think he's been there more than 15 years, I think that's all. He's worked extensively in computer science, but more importantly in what we call ethical hacking, understanding penetration testing and how to break into systems, and doing that as a way of securing systems. But obviously for the last 5 years, he and I have worked in this research group, and he's been heavily involved in research around what we call our ship money net, which we'll talk about in a second, and other projects. He's currently doing his PhD at the Broad on the ship money net. So the research group itself has been around for 5 years, and basically it's quite a multidisciplinary group. So obviously you might say I'm sort of law enforcement / geopolitical person with some technical skills as well, but I tend to rely on the earlier skills. You know, your roots are computer science with excellent hacking skills. We've got Rob Lovis, who's also an ethical hacker, but he also he does a thing called serious gaming, which is developing simulations, and we'll talk about the simulations in a second. So that's another area. And then really importantly, Martin Mundam, who's actually an instructor in our Maritime Academy, who's a captain of 20 years experience and runs a simulator, and that's really key for us to have maritime expertise within the team. Obviously, there's a wider group that we access within our Maritime Academy. There's all sorts of operational, technical knowledge within that environment. I've even got a colleague who's a professor of maritime law, so we have all these different resources there. And also within the university, we have a section that looks at some of the human factors in cybersecurity. So it's both accessing all these different areas we do our research. So when we look at the maritime sector, we look at what we call the system of systems, the MTS, all the different things, all the stuff that Albert was talking about, the interconnections, the handling of cargo, intermodal transfers, railroads, trucking, but even the building of ships. So we look at all those different areas, and our research has been on that. So when you think in terms of cyber and maritime sector, or particularly ships themselves are like a big floating factory. We've got lots of OT, we've got IT, but we've got some very specific maritime type technology in the bridge. But all these systems are much like other environments. So there's lots we can learn from other industries in terms of likely attacks, methods to actually secure the system as well. And ports are the same, like lots of OT and IT. And as Jeroen was saying yesterday about the age of systems, a lot of systems aren't maintained well, so there are lots of vulnerabilities for attackers if they're interested in looking at the environments. So, and that's one of the sort of reasons why the maritime sector is so vulnerable. Basically, like an average ship is over 20 years old. And typically, from an IT perspective, they're poorly maintained. They're not up to date with systems. Often they're running out of their operating systems, unpatched systems. And at the same time, there's not a lot of security knowledge, awareness in the maritime sector. We're not just talking about crews or maritime operations, even talking about IT people working in maritime organisations, even they don't necessarily have that cyber knowledge. What you've got to realise is that people like myself working in the banks back in the early 2000s when we're getting hundreds of attacks a day. And so those organisations have a lot of security awareness within every staff member. That's just not the case in the maritime sector. And one interesting factor about vessels as compared to other environments where you might have a cyber attack, there's really serious safety issues. Like, you look at Ever Given, which Albert talked about, physically blocking ports. You think of the Baltimore Bridge incident where there was power issues with that ship over about a 2 or 3 minute period, and it ran into a bridge, killing a number of people, blocking that harbour. So a ship is a big device for a hacker to have control of. So that's a real issue. Obviously, Albert talked a lot about supply chains, and obviously the maritime industry are really a critical part of that supply chain. So any impact in the supply chain to maritime is something we should be concerned about. At the same time, people actually are interested in breaking things there. It's not like there aren't threat actors looking at it. Now, we know from our research that all advanced nations have got capabilities in terms of offensive cyber, and many have offensive cyber specifically targeted at the maritime sector. And we'll talk about some case studies in a second. So it's a vulnerable industry with low maturity, with someone interested in breaking into it. So that's the concern. So I just want to show you a short video by a guy who I used to work with called Zach. Zach's an ethical hacker, and we used to work at SecureWorks, which is an American security consulting company, and he was given the job of doing a penetration test of hacking, a white hat hacking attack on a ship. This is the story.
This engagement was testers penetration tests with no restriction in all access paths to the international client. We started growing looking for areas of interest, systems to optimize. We looked at ATM logs, we just predicted that ATM logs and we connected to them so we can get network access to the systems. We were able to compromise the information system. We basically checked our key cards and was able to issue self-access cards to really fancy rooms. We could have also changed the credit cards that our access cards are connected to and put in $100,000 to $500,000, and we could have been going on a shopping spree. With the high level of access that we gained to the cruise ship systems, a motivated attacker could have access to ship's operational control systems and caused major incident. Fortunately, this simulated attack allowed him to use flying to identify their weaknesses and address them before they could be exploited in the wild.
Thanks. So that's the marketing version of what happened. So at the time this test happened, I was actually working in SecureWorks, and I was actually having coffee with Zach's boss in Sydney, and he gets a phone call from Zach, and he's actually calling from Malta, from a jail in Malta. So he's in jail in Malta. So what actually happened was they actually did get access to the bridge systems and worked out, oh, we can do all sorts of stuff on the bridge. So they thought, this is serious, we should tell the captain. So they got on with the captain, they went and saw the captain, and the captain had not been advised this test was even taking place. So he had them arrested, put in the brig, and the first place they got off was in Malta, so they went to jail. So it's a good lesson for pen testers on ships, make sure the captain knows you're there. But as you can see, these guys aren't trained in the maritime sector. They don't know anything about ships really. They just worked out from the normal sort of techniques they use on land to get in the system. In this case, it was a bank ATM that wasn't being used, but there was a network port. They plugged in that network port and had access to every part of the ship. So one of the first things we did when we started the research group, when we were talking to various stakeholders in the maritime sector, was saying, we have a bigger problem on this. And there seemed to be a lack of knowledge in the industry in terms of what the incidents were. Now, we'd obviously anecdotally had read about different attacks in the maritime sector, but there wasn't really a source to go to for listings. So we decided that's something we can do, working with students and working with the academics in our research group, we actually build that. And so we built this thing called MCAD, which is basically a listing of every publicly known cyber attack in the maritime sector from 2001 to the present. And it's basically set up as a service to the wider public to increase awareness. Really, that was our first challenge. We want people to know that these things are happening, give them a source of information. Plus, it's important for us because we actually use the information in our simulations and be involved in those soon. So all the simulations are based on real incidents. So this is what the website looks like. This is probably a bit old, it's probably more now, it's just a screenshot. So basically, it geolocates where they're at. Not all of them are actually at sea. Some are actually shipping organisations or inland, etc. We've also got an iPhone and Android version that you can download. So this is it here. This is just going to a spot called Tannhausen, which is in the south of the Netherlands, which is a port. We actually went and did an exercise with them, but this is a real incident that happened to them before we even saw them. So they were in our database before we even met them. So basically, it's got information about what happened. If there's information about who actually was behind the attack, like if there was a particular group that's been identified, what was impacted, all the references that we've used to actually build the detail up. So you can go in and look up any case you want. All the information that we have, you have as well. So that's what I encourage you. You don't have to register. It's free. If you've got any interest in this stuff, I suggest you use it. I'm actually been shocked by how widely something like this, I made just a small university in the Netherlands, how widely it's actually gone. I was sitting next to a US Navy commander who was at Annapolis, the Naval Academy in America. He teaches cybersecurity. He goes, oh yeah, you're the guys that did MCAT. We use that all the time with the cadets. I said, so the US Naval Academy use it with their cadets. I was in London, another conference, and some guys from Lloyd's of London, insurers came and said, oh yeah, we use your database, it's really good. And then another time I was in Singapore, and there was a thing called the Maritime Fusion Centre there, which is a number of different navies that work together for maritime security. And the head of intelligence there, who was a naval officer, said, yeah, we use your database all the time. And I was kind of shocked. I said, hang on, you work in intelligence for armed forces. Surely you have access to better than this. But of course, the problem with the information they do have is it's classified. They can't share it, so it becomes really unwieldy. So it plays a really important role in terms of awareness, giving people real cases that are in the public domain, therefore can be freely shared. And your image is showing actually, there's a conference going on in America on maritime cybersecurity right this week, and they're actually showing our data. I'm not sure who the person's from, but we're just always happy if people are using it. So yeah, so it's a great resource if you're all interested in maritime cybersecurity. So the numbers have been going up pretty dramatically. So back in, so the early ones are just like single incidents for the whole year. And even in 2015, which is 11 years ago, we only had 4 incidents. But then it's jumped right up to 92, 223, and 2025 was 51. So it's a dramatic increase. And if you look at sort of methods, there's a lot of ransomware attacks. That's a big portion of the total. They've decreased significantly, and other attacks are starting to catch up. And the thing about ransomware is the reason why the numbers are always high is because you know about a ransomware attack. Ransomware attacks that you don't know about aren't effective. So it's the attackers want you to know you have been hit by ransomware. So that's why the reporting rate's quite high publicly. But there are lots of different activities. There's things directly related to maritime, AIS, spoofing, GPS spoofing, navigational things. But there's also, we're talking about ransomware, hacking, malware, all sorts of other types of attack. Going dark, turning AIS off. DDoS attacks are really common in the sector as well. So that's where basically someone sends so much traffic to a system that can't operate. So there's a range. And if you look sort of like, it's just sort of basically the scene that way, you can sort of see how ransomware is such a big portion. But hacking and malware is really important as well. But as I say, these are public sourced incidents, so it's the tip of the iceberg, as they say. It's really, there's lots of other stuff happening. Either one, people don't know they're hacked. Two, they don't want to tell anybody. Or three, in some environments, you do report to law enforcement, it never becomes public. And we certainly, I think in Norway, we went to a shipbuilder and they had a cyber attack, but it wasn't public. They just hadn't told anybody, so it had never gone public. So this isn't a complete list, but it's a good start. So we've got about 440 incidents in it already, so it's quite a good number. As I said, it's a great resource for us in terms of understanding the nature of attacks that happen and building simulations that are realistic and understanding the wider picture. But also, as our initial thing was building awareness. So just when you might wonder who the threat actors might be, now Russia is by far, not every instance we know who's behind, so this is not every incident, but the instance we know, biggest threat actor is Russia, and that's because all the big ransomware gangs based in Russia, because they're out of the reach of Western law enforcement. But there's lots of other stuff they're up to, DDoS attacks. They're the groups that attack Western interests because of the war in Ukraine, particularly NATO countries. There's lots of hacking going on, so lots of activity out there. Even with India, it has a couple of attacks in there as well. The US has some, a number of other countries on the list as well. You can see sort of breakdown that the nature of the attacks is quite different depending on the country. And this is both state-sponsored and crime groups, so it's in together. Because in the end, particularly Russia, that's an area I know a lot about, so that's where I did a lot of my PhD research, is that there's a very fine line between criminal groups and the government. They actually work hand in hand. So this is by victims, and you can sort of see here, so the light blue is vessels, so you can see there's not many DDoSes, but some, lots of hacking. Obviously these things are very much navigation in their flavour, so they're going to be affect against ships. There are ransomware attacks against ships, and obviously malware. So ports are pretty heavily hacked and shipping companies. So we managed to get some good coverage for our database. We're always interested in this data because it's just not out there. So Financial Times, which is the leading business newspaper in the world, a number of European publications have written about our database and put out there. So just to give you a bit of a flavour of some of the types of incidents that are in MCAT, I'll just give you some examples. One which is one of my favourites, which is from 2012, that a US nuclear aircraft carrier, the USS Truman, was the subject of an investigation. So NCIS, who's seen NCIS, the TV show? That show in India. Yeah. So these guys, NCIS, they're a real organisation, National Criminal Investigation. So I've actually met some of them in my police career. They're very dramatic, just like the TV show. What happened was a US Navy system on land was hacked, and they worked out where the traffic was coming from. They worked out it was coming from an American ship at sea, an aircraft carrier, big aircraft carrier, which sort of got their attention pretty quickly. So they flew on board undercover And they basically started an investigation to try and work out how this traffic was coming from a US ship at sea on operations. They quickly worked out that the person behind it was a guy called Nicholas Paul Knight, and he was a systems administrator on the ship, so he had like high level access. Now, something else about him really got their attention. What area do you think might be sensitive on a US nuclear aircraft carrier? Any guesses? What would be sensitive that you wouldn't want a hacker in charge of? Sorry? The reactor, correct. He was the administrator for the reactor. So yeah, so it's and this is a great case because you've got to remember is insider attacks, which are a big problem in cybersecurity, are the same in the maritime sector. You know, so people that have got, you know, perhaps an axe to grind, they're motivated, they've got access, they understand the systems well, so that's a great threat. So this is a great example. He got sent to 2 years jail, and Navy jail's quite a lot harder than civilian jail, so it might not sound like much, but that's pretty well destroyed him, and then he got thrown out. But yeah, so it's just a good example of, and that's the reality, is you can't necessarily trust all the people on the ship, you know. With the example with the cruise ship, with the ethical hackers who were working for the company, yeah, they were able to do whatever they liked, you know, because they had that access. So the one that many of you would have heard of was NotPetya, which was in 2017, and basically it was a Russian attack against Ukraine, and it took out something like 20% of all the computers, basically. You know, 1 in 5 computers was inoperable in Ukraine. But more famously, it took out Maersk. Because Maersk had an office in Odessa, and basically that system was compromised. And the way the network was set up is what we call a flat network in security, which means basically you can get from anywhere to anywhere in the network without any security. And it basically hit every single domain controller, which are the servers that control the different parts of the network, and basically shut their whole network down. And I think it's believed to have cost them, I think, 140 million. So that was just one company, and they were just one of many victims. And basically, this was the screen it showed asking for Bitcoin. And you might think, oh, must be a ransomware attack. Not a ransomware attack. It was a destructive attack. It was just tricking them by putting that screen up. So basically, and this was done by the Russians on the Ukrainian Constitution Day. So it was like targeted for a particular, like a national holiday in Ukraine. This is before the most recent, obviously. So obviously Iran and Israel have been involved in conflict this year, but way back in 2020, the Iranians attacked a water purification plant in Israel with a cyber attack. So what the Israelis do, who are very capable in terms of their cyber capabilities, they actually shut down the main port of Iran for about 2 weeks because of an OT attack. So you can see how I was talking about geopolitics and the importance of geopolitics. And the reality is any sort of geopolitical, so close to the speaker. I'll start here safely. Is going to play out in cyber. The cyber is another capability. It's another domain. Yep, okay. It's another domain for countries to exercise their power. So all nation states, as you see, have got these capabilities and are using them. There's no treaty for cyber. So it's like open slab really. And as I say, it's not just Russia or China or other countries, it's the US, I mean Australia, and Netherlands. All have capabilities and use them in the circumstances that they see fit. So this is a supply chain attack. So this is a company that actually supports a number of shipping companies in Greece, and the actual ships themselves and the software is run on the ships. Basically, this company was compromised, which meant they had open access to all these ships and shipping companies, and it was a ransomware attacker. So basically, ransomware not just the supplier, not just the shipping companies, but the ships themselves. So, and this is the thing about supply chain attack. Basically, you can attack who your suppliers are. They can attack you. So just you may already say this. There's a difference between GPS jamming and spoofing. Does anybody want to have a guess at what the difference is? No? Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, I understand it is making things to make it the spoofing is basically spoofing working, but with these clients.
Yeah, correct. So jamming means you can't get an accurate signal. Spoofing means you're getting an inaccurate signal that tells you you're somewhere you're not. So that's a really important distinction. And it's pretty easy to do spoofing. This is something that Jeroen put together. This is a hack RF that costs $175. This can do spoofing. So it's, see, there's a pen there, you can sort of see the size of it, it's tiny. Very easy tool to hide. And jamming even easier. These are things used by truck drivers to stop people tracking where they are. Even cheaper, $20. So the technology is not that expensive, but it's interesting the scale on which these things are taking place. Now, recently there was a paper written about the Russians using their satellites to do jamming and spoofing from space. So that's at the high end in terms of this type of attacks. But I don't know in your careers where you spent much time near Russian borders, but I noticed as a passenger, I've been on ships near Russia and the GPS goes a bit crazy. Like so, there's a lot of stuff happening in coming out of Russia. So back in 2016, there was the North Koreans did a bunch of jamming, and basically meant that all the ships in the location couldn't actually work out the location of that. The South Korean Coast Guard ordered all the fishing ships to return to port. There's been like a number of instances of this. This was the first of a series that the North Koreans have been using various techniques to attack the South Korean maritime sector. The next one I want to talk about is a case from the Gulf called the Stena Impero. And basically, this is in 2019. And basically what happened was it was travelling through the Gulf and it was stopped by Iranian patrol boats. And it's just a bit of footage of them, interaction between them. One sec. Yeah, it's working before. Yeah. So there'd be other things. So this is the Iranian Commissioner Young, so I'm going to shoot.
13th and 8 period, this is British Warship Foxtrot 236. So I reiterate that as you are conducting transit passage in a recognised international strait, under international law your passage must not be impaired if it is obstructed or hampered. Please confirm you are conducting transit passage in a recognised international strait.
So that was a British Navy ship, so
You are ordered to change your call to a 360 degrees immediately. If you obey, you will be safe over. Subject with control for your vision. A Triple Navy control like this is British Warship Foxtrot. Charge report, safety. Foxtrot 236, this is Sabah Navy patrol mode.
So the General Impero kept going in its direction and obeyed the instructions of the British Navy, which was fine until a point all of a sudden something went wrong with their GPS. And basically it's believed that the Iranians were spoofing the GPS using techniques actually they learned from the Russians. The Russians do all this stuff, obviously in the Black Sea and other places. And here's the track of the ship. You can see anyway, so it's down in Bureau. It's going along. Gets challenged. All of a sudden, like this. Goes in Iranian waters, Iranians board it, and the crew take it prisoner. And the reason this happened is because the British Navy had boarded an Iranian vessel that was under embargo in Gibraltar. So it's just a straight payback for the Iranians on the British. So this is another case. This is from the Black Sea, and this is a HMS Defender, a British Navy ship that was on exercise in the Black Seas before the most recent war, like a year before. And basically, this is what happened with them.
The Russian government is saying that it will bomb British Navy vessels if there are any further provocations in the Black Sea, like a confrontation between the British Navy destroyer and Russian forces there on Wednesday. This is video of the incident filmed by a BBC News team as it played out. It starts with HMS Defender in disputed waters near Crimea, claimed by Russia, but recognized by the West as belonging to Ukraine. Crew member here.
So we're straight into the thick of it. We're going to active status now. Just get rid of our state of readiness.
A Russian radio transmission warned the British to leave. Russian warplanes were seen in the area. The Russian and UK governments continue to give vastly different accounts of this incident.
So basically, there was a bit of a conflict about whether the Russians had fired or not. And the BBC actually showed the Russian patrol boat firing a warning shot. But basically, so that's in the physical world, much like in the Iranian situation where the IRGC stopped the ship. In this case, it was the various Russian forces with a British ship. The HMS Defender, after this incident, went to Odessa for a port visit with a Dutch Navy ship that never seen. And while sitting in the port, all of a sudden the AIS track showed them leaving the port, travelling towards Sebastopol, which just happens to be a Russian Navy base, going all the way into the base. But as this graphic shows, they never left the port. It was completely fake. So again, it's a provocation by the Russians, by Russian military intelligence on the British and Netherlands Navy, and of course an incident they were going into Russian waters. So since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there's been lots of other activity. There's what they call hacktivist groups that operate on behalf of Russia. They hack various systems, and they actually target a whole bunch of different Western interests, air traffic control systems in Europe, the European Parliament, US government. They've also targeted ships and ports. And here's a ship they asked the integrity was bringing Bradley fighting vehicles to Ukraine via Belgium and Germany. And here's the message sent out. This is Killnet's chat. Basically, this is the directions they send out to the people within this hacktivist group, saying M2 Bradley armoured personnel carrier in the transport and cargo vessel ARC Integrity is now in the Belgian port of Antwerp. The intermediate point is the point of Bremerhaven, Germany. It is on the ship that Bradley goes to the crests. What prevents our DOG from seeking a bulk carrier? So basically, they're targeting this ship and the ports for cyber attacks by these hackers. So yeah, this is something, obviously, this is quite public the way they do it, but here against another hacktivist group targeted, they're called No Name 057. They targeted the port of Quebec in Canada because, again, military equipment was being sent from there to support the Ukrainians. So as you can see, there's lots of activities sort of parallel between geopolitical events, physical attacks, physical interceptions, and cyber. Cyber is another weapon they can use. But yeah, it's obviously, as I in the graphic about the attacks, it's not just Russia, China's quite active as well. Volplo Firm, which is a group that's been identified in China that specifically target the maritime sector for all sorts of attacks. And according to the US government, they have pre-positioned malware on systems. So basically, they've already broken in, they've already got command and control available within critical systems in the maritime sector that they can use in case of some sort of need, whether it be an actual war, or whether it be sort of some grey zone attack, if something short of war. It's already been done. That just gives you a bit of an idea of the structure of this particular attack. The US actually recently did a cyber attack as well on an Iranian ship. So basically, an Iranian ship sitting in the Red Sea, and it was basically communicating ships travelling past to the Houthis so they could target them as they came past Yemen. So what the US did is they did a cyber attack on the ship. The US had very advanced capabilities, as you can imagine. They basically, the ship was no longer able to use any of its communication facilities at all. They had to return to base. So again, nation states are using cyber capabilities for various reasons in various conflicts. I think yesterday, GA, Marie might have mentioned this cyber attack on Iranian tankers. Basically, a whole bunch of them lost their communication. They attacked the base stations for their satellite connections, and basically, again, it shows there is vulnerability in these systems, and there are people interested. This is by a anti-Iranian government group, not the Iranian government, but like someone that's actually against the Iranian government who wanted to impact Iran. And yeah, this is just another spoofing incident near Jeddah last year. You can sort of see, you can see the track. It's bouncing around when it was over here, and this is land. So basically impossible. So, and this ship ended up running aground as a result. So it caused a real impact. It wasn't just I'll look at that on the hectic stack up and right, actually end up running aground. So, real effect. So maybe talk about the ship. I mean, if you want to talk about me or me. Oh, okay. So one of the other things we have as a project within our research is called ship planning. And the reason behind it is basically we've got this collection of incidents, 440 incidents that are in public source. Some of them have got some interesting detail, others have got pretty scant detail. They're all pretty historical as well. Sometimes attacks don't become known for 6 months, 12 months later. So they're quite historical. But we want to get a bit of an idea of what's happening right now in terms of attacks on ships. So basically we've set up, and what a honey is basically a system set up to be compromised, to have an attacker successfully actually interact with them. That's what the only reason it's there. And basically our honey, it looks like a C-tel cobble motor. So basically this is obviously one used pretty widely in the maritime sector. It has lots of vulnerabilities. And we know that they're compromised as well, so they don't react to being compromised. And who's heard of Showdown? Anyone heard of Showdown? Wait, what's that? Oh, not Snowden, Showdown. Oh, that's close though. Snowden. Another insight. So Showdown is basically a web page you can go to, and you can search on various devices, and it will tell you if they're actually on the internet. So you can type in column, and it'll give you listings of all sorts of columns. So you've got different ones here, one from France, one from Germany. So these are ships at sea, or ships in port, could be as well, that are using their column connections, and you can actually identify the touch of the button, basically. So it's not hard. And then interact with them, and you're in it, and the team actually investigated this. This is what you get if you connect to one of these IP addresses. They're running a common modem, and it has the build number, a whole bunch of information. But you can actually interact with it without any password. Was that the dealer menu? They call it the dealer menu. Yeah. So there's a like a default password they're using a dealer menu. You can put it in, it gives you a whole bunch of information about where they are, what the ship's name is, a whole bunch of information. And basically, at that point, you're actually in their network, you're on the ship network. And this one in particular was, they were sitting in the Gulf. And so our system we run, we want to make sure is basically trying to mimic this type of environment. You've got some sort of VSAT dish, you've got a control unit, and you've got the network. You've got a Wi-Fi network channel, and you've got rich systems. You've got NMEA bus there. That's what we're trying to. We haven't built that. We're just trying to replicate that. We're trying to trick the attacker. That's what they're actually interacting with. And there's lots of things that we try to make it more realistic, because obviously a ship typically isn't stationary. So we actually give it a track. We actually have AIS data for it. And I think at the moment we have it going from Harlingen on the coast of the Netherlands to Skelling, where a maritime academy is. So it's actually travelling. Other things, obviously, it's not going to be like a typical network. It's going to have all these sort of different vagaries, and the sort of traffic patterns are going to be different. So we want to make it as realistic as possible. So when we do engage a hacker, we're going to go, oh, yeah, this is a real ship. So that's really important for us. And this is kind of what the actually looks like. You've got two parts to it really, where you've got the data that's going into it to make it more realistic, and then we've got all the information being captured. We're actually capturing what we call PCAP, which basically means you're capturing every bit of data that actually is coming in from the attacker, and capturing that, and then using tools to analyze it. You can see this is a really useful way of getting intelligence on what attacks actually happening right now. And I think at the moment we get about 5 million hits every 2 days. So that's a lot of traffic we get to this. And here's just a bit of an idea of some different stats about different IPs hitting it from different locations. But more importantly, we're seeing actual vulnerabilities. known vulnerabilities in the maritime system, not from land-based systems, but in the maritime system being exploited by attackers. So these are attackers that know they're interacting with the ship, know the systems that have on the ship, and know how to hack them. That's a really important finding. Yeah, just 5 million hits there. Did you want to talk about gateway devices?
So maybe you have used gateway devices. So gateway devices, when they are misconfigured on the internet, misconfigured, you can really easily find them on the internet. So those devices are from ActiSense or from any other brands. And what we also did, we also made a fake device of this and put it on the internet. And we see a lot of attacks against it. And what you easily can do when such a device is online, we made a different, improved that there are different attacks possible. So you can, by triggering this device, you can get a ship off the track, so you can do GPS spoofing, but you can also do a little bit, try to get from the real course. And what we have on our roof from our institute, we also bought a real Starlink device. So our running net is also behind a real maritime Starlink. So for an attacker, we try to be as real as possible. And what every academic has to do, and I'm still finishing my PhD somewhere, hopefully in a year. So we have to publish about it, so we can find different applications about the running net. So.
Thanks, Joran. So that's the honey net. So the other thing we do, which I mentioned in terms of the database, produce exercises and simulations. So, and we're obviously very lucky to have our bridge simulators in Tuscallan, and we've also got inter-room simulators, so actually able to run quite complex exercises there. And so we've used those to actually run training for various people. We'll show you a couple of videos in a second. We're also interested in other types of exercises. So we received a second. We had the Coast Guard come and do the simulation on the bridge. And the immediate question they had was, well, what's the impact of a cyber attack on the Coast Guard that had to respond to an attack? So then we ran an exercise in their operations centre in Den Helder in the Netherlands, which is where the headquarters is, where they actually respond to incidents all over the Netherlands and the North Sea. And actually stepped them through a major cyber attack. So we like to do it at many different levels, because the reality is in a cyber attack, it's not just going to be a vessel, it's going to be all the different agencies are actually supporting that vessel that are involved in an attack. So that's our idea. So just some photos, and I know you've got a very nice simulator here, it's just some photos of our simulator and the control center. So we've got 5 simulators in this particular area, and then we've got a big 360 one, which is like, it's its own building basically. So we're very lucky with that, and we've basically, you'll see we've built some tools to actually run cyber exercises. Some of the guys did this yesterday, and I know the students get an opportunity to do that today and tomorrow. I think it's a really good experience. Basically, we typically use just a pretty standard container ship model, and we're looking at finding out how quickly they can identify a cyber attack, what they actually do to respond to it, and really understand the challenges, because we want to feedback. I mean, it's great awareness for people, but also we want to feedback into operational procedures. We want to feedback into technical design of future ships to help in a cyber attack. So I'll just show you a short video of the case study.
all that done.
Wat de storing en grondverwant, dat kunnen wij heel goed handelen, dat zijn ons net ook getraind. Een cyber-aanval is echt iets anders. En de behoefte is ook een andere approach om hier nog mee om te gaan. En dat begint met het erkennen dat het waar een cyber-aanval is. En dat betekent al dat je andere middelen in gang moet zetten, andere mensen moet aanvoeren om in actie te komen, dan bij een gewoon grote storing. En dat herkennen is ook een van de dingen als mensen willen trainen. En dat is ook iets wat we ook in een dergelijke simulatortraining gebruiken.
Today we're going to put the Netherlands Coast Guard through realistic going to be certain things that don't seem to be quite right with control. The ship isn't quite going straight. They may not notice this, but eventually the actors will actually disappear and a ransomware screen will come up. And then a continuation is another screen comes up on another computer asking for a ransom to stop the ransomware attacking with details they need to contact.
Ja, dat zou ik doen. We moeten 6 minuten terug hebben.
So as the scenario goes on, they'll try to stop the ship, they'll try to put the anchor down, but they'll realise that they haven't got control, and that's when the scenario will stop.
Op het moment ben je heel erg aan het vechten om die controle over je schip te houden. Uit te zoeken wat je wel en niet kan vertrouwen. En daar zie je dat de melding die je naar buiten doet, dat is sporadisch, vluchtig, snel, je moet er even tussendoor en erbij. Die meldingen zijn dus niet volledig. En als je aan de andere kant zit, dan is het dus ook een beetje gissen van wat nou eigenlijk de boodschap was die uitgezonden wordt. En dat je dat zo heel snel naar buiten brengt. Met wat je hier doet, kunnen wij dus als kustwacht ook ons werk.
Operations center where the exercise took place. So this is, the operators there responding to various events that are happening in Netherlands and actually calling assistance, from various services, including the Coast Guard themselves. So when we ran the exercise, we were sitting down in our little research group and we were talking about things we had to prepare, and my mind was very focused on cyber things. And Mark, our captain, said, "What about the weather?" I've gone, "That's what we need. We need to know what the weather is." So we did up a proper weather report as we get from the Netherlands what do they call themselves? The meteorological. Yes. So the Weather Bureau of the Netherlands, telling them that this obviously it was all part of the exercise where certain weather conditions was going to have to impact the exercise. We had a real adversary, country called Ruthania, that was actually in a conflict with the Netherlands over an invasion of another country that the Netherlands was supporting. You might guess who we were trying to replicate. And there's Ruthanian naval exercises happening at the same time, so tensions are building up. And the Ruthanians have lots of capabilities that Netherlands should be concerned about. There's even a threat assessment from the US Intelligence Committee about the Ruthanians. And these are all real, we just changed the names basically. So this is just following quite good phrase. Ruthania is particularly focused on improving its ability to target critical infrastructure, including underwater cables and industrial control systems. So basically this is straight from an actual intelligence report. In this case, it's Ruthania and not someone else. This is actually, again, it's a real marine safety alert from the US Coast Guard about an attack on a ship. We changed the dates though. So basically, this is a ship in, the actual incident happened in 2020, I think. Basically, it was coming into New York Harbor, had a malware attack on the bridge. It turned out to be a ransomware or not? No. So it was a malware attack on the bridge, disabling the bridge systems. They called the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard told them to stop. They boarded the ship and stopped them entering New York Harbour until they actually knew what was going on. It took some time. I think it took at least 24 hours before they actually identified the problem and then get the networks working again. So this was a warning put out by the Coast Guard. This could happen with other ships. So yeah, we used this in our scenario. We nicely had some news stories, real news stories about attacks on wind farms and mainly from Britannia. We had our ship. The first attack occurs on, and and I just kicked off the exercise basically. And we've had news stories that happened during the event happening about the hacking of the ships and things. Yeah, it's a very useful exercise for them. So we really think that these sort of things are a fantastic way of people understanding some of the challenges cyber attacks may take. It can help to early identification and understand what's going on. In the interest of time, I think it's for the past. I might just give some time for any questions you might have before we go to lunch. So let me ask you a question first. So has anybody been involved in a cyber attack on a vessel or a land base? Anybody actually seen a cyber attack? GPS spoofing? Yeah. Yep.
Any information about
yeah, there's been a couple. There's one recently with was a French ferry, and 2 crew members were arrested. I think they ended up leaving one down, the other one was prosecuted in French courts, putting malware on the systems. There's been a couple of others, not lots, but there's a few. So it does happen. Yeah, well, accidental. So a lot of accidental infections where there was what they call it, what's a surveyor? A surveyor on a ship was in dry dock, plugged in their USB into the system and basically compromised the system. So yeah, lots of accidental stuff as well. But deliberate stuff, definitely there is as well. Yeah. So it's based around really, because we run a course every year called Hack at Sea, and we use that as an opportunity actually to deep dive on identifying new incidents. Now, typically during the year, we try and identify things that are popping up. What we do is get the students actually have a good hard look at anything that's happened, not just in that year, but in previous years as well. Because what we're finding now is that we're finding that incidents that happened in the past that only become made public in recent times, or in a lot of cases where more information comes out about what actually happened. Like, so with that Coast Guard alert, which was a real incident, there was only sort of scanned information shared by the Coast Guard at the time. But then, like 2 years later, the commandant of the Coast Guard for the East Coast was at a conference, and of course he talked about what happened, actually told the story. So it was actually, so there's always more information coming out. So at least we're doing a comprehensive rebuild every year. but we're trying to constantly do it as much as possible. Obviously, we're at more limited resources in other parts of the year, but we're constantly trying to keep on it. But to us, the beauty is it's this longitudinal exercise. We look right back. And I always find interesting some of the old cases. These things have been going on for a long time. Not the numbers they are now, but it's so long history.
What is the source of data from whom you are getting the data from database?
For the database,
Who authenticate that data? That the incident has been taken place. Some acting has been taken
Yeah.
place. Who authenticate that data?
who's it come from?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically it comes from a number of sources. It comes from obviously from the media reporting. There's a lot of industry media as well, like maritime industry media that report on cyber attacks in the industry. So there's a lot of maritime executive and places like that. There's a lot of agencies that actually report. The US Coast Guard actually does a report every year on maritime cyber. So it doesn't give you necessarily the big but it gives you a lot of detail. Other countries have done that as well. We actually also track various threat actors. So some of the ransomware actors basically they list what companies and organisations they've compromised. So it's actually, if you do a digging, you can find a lot more information about it. And we've learned this along the way. So we've been doing the database since 2022, maybe late 2021. So we've learned a lot in terms of finding incidents.
The database is showing in India only 3 incidents have taken place. The database.
Yeah.
Only 3 incidents they taken place in India.
India, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we probably need to work harder on India because we don't have, so we can't actually read an Indian newspaper. So all the non-English news sources in India we don't have access to. We have tried, we've actually tried to China and Russia and other places. So that's definitely an area we need to work on. That's probably a great, that's something we can take back from here. So let's focus on, we know how important India is in terms of maritime role. We should be looking at a lot more focus. And then there might be some good publications in India that are reporting on this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's got a reporting function as well. So in the actual database, it's an actual reporting. Yes. That's the reality. Unfortunately, we can't because they're public. There's more stuff happening. As I say, it's the tip of the iceberg. But it's better than nothing. Right? That's the thing. If you don't look at what actually you do know about, you're never going to be wise enough. And you can probably look at the types of incidents that gives you the flavour of what the bigger picture is. That's the thing. It's a sample. But a sample is important too. Any other questions? So any of the cadets that have been at sea, have you ever had an incident with your navigational devices or some? Oh, they haven't been to sea yet. Okay. What about the instructors? Have you had that happen to you? We went to Estonia, where and they took us on their simulator and they do like a cyber exercise there as well. And the guy that actually took Uremna and Albert on a simulator, he was actually a pilot from the pilot service for the talent. And they see so much navigational interference all the time. It's just like constant thing. And the exercise they ran was actually quite baffling for us, like trying to make, so we're basically trying to go from the challenge to Helsinki, and just like so much spoofing going on. This is all based on what they see every day. All right, I think maybe it's no other questions. Go to lunch.
No questions, then in mind of this session, thanking Dr. Bakambe for your information on the cyber security. And yes, we also, in my group chapter, I also included that the MCAV database Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you once again. Yes, post lunch you can bring the basic lessons. And next batch of 20, they can attend the lectures. And the YouTube number. Then after that you can go and pay them. Thank you. Introduce yourself and yes, I said this one. Yes, thank you. Sir, we can we can stand by.
American tech. Yes. It's up security on right now. I'll just want people. Yeah. We had guidelines. Yes, very nice. That's all security. Obviously, think we've got other homes in the rest of the country who are. Yeah. I'm driving back. Yeah, it's not at all. That's not really. Yes. I think it's not awesome. Very well friends with experts involved. There's a number of friends there to do with the sign up.
Break. Stand. Give a break. They are continuing.
Yes, yes, after lunch. Yes. After 1:30.
But that's
10 minutes. If you want to take your lunch.
what should I write? We'll be back after lunch.
Next session starts after lunch at 13:30 hours.
We did a lot of preparation and people.
Start.
Journalists. When they
At
write
the
about
13:30.
they don't know
13:30 hours.
what is jamming, what is not. So we had to change it a lot.
Will be visible.
Yeah, it'll be visible on the YouTube.
Okay.
हाँ 3 बजे तक है 3 बजे हाँ चल तो है
So you are first with your students? I'm going to move still, and you finish the process. Okay, so Captain Gibby said to me that sometimes difficult to find a place because small companies are not hiring so much. That's why I asked him to be able to order. So basically, September, October, you should be done. So technically, there, are you going to sell one kind of ships? It also maybe it's good for bulk carriers. They are only the mission just like
It's an interesting context. You see, Netherlands our body of students, multiple schools is not really increasing very much. Sort of stable, but this is Czech companies work a lot with Indonesia, with senior officers, captains. So one more lecture.
I'll be just come to one side. Now we will. They come to the then I can sit back. Otherwise, expensive.
Hello, mic testing. Hello.
एक ही रंग कर रहे हैं वो सब लोग यूज कर रहे हैं तो मेरा एसोसिएशन
Yes. Good afternoon to all of them here. Once again, I welcome you all for this today's experts lecture. And now again, we are going to have Dr. Albert Winstra for this session to deliver his lecture to the audience. Yes, I welcome Dr. Albert Winstra to deliver the same. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, for the after lunch, there was a special request to talk about decarbonization and the energy transition. And it's actually a topic that a number of my colleagues are working hard on. So I will take you through. I think maybe for you it's most interesting to talk about all the alternative fuel possibilities. So we'll spend quite some time on that. Start at the beginning. So the idea, we actually also have a training program that we ran, I think 3 years ago here in IMU for students in all the campuses. And part of that is this sort of general introduction. Another part of it is to work on some fuel, some bunkering calculations. Because if you introduce an alternative fuel, all the calculations of how expensive it is, how much you need, how far you can get on a certain amount of fuel, all this becomes different. And that has repercussions, of course, for your bunkering strategy and for bunkering cost. So we have an exercise related to that we ran some time ago here in IMU. But I'll do the introductory part first, obviously. So this is it's about looking at drivers, at strategies, but also at the operational perspective, which is all about what are the alternatives. So starting with regulatory framework, this topic, that's the main gist of this first part. This topic has been on the table already for decades. And the environmental impact of shipping in general, and more specifically the emissions, we'll see it in a minute, is already there for ages. It also means that we have data on what does shipping actually contribute in the greater scheme of things. This is in quite an accessible source called the Review of Maritime Transport, published by UNCTAD every year. And you see here on the left, this is the total picture, so the whole world, power generation, industry, transport, and buildings. And because buildings themselves are an important emission, CO2 emission component, and then you see transport is the green part here. So, what would we say, 25% of the total emissions are coming from transport. And then this is only transport. And then within that, you see a split between passenger road vehicles, aviation, road freight vehicles, green one, and then red here is shipping. So, I mean, if you look at this in the greater scheme of things, shipping is not really that much of a major contributor. It is a significant chunk, but you could also start working on the power generation industry, and that would also pay off a lot. But okay, it's so we're talking about a few percent of the total that shipping contributes, and I think very early on, the IMO, the main regulator in the shipping industry, realized that CO2, which is the main focus of a lot of the attention in the last decade, is actually not the main issue in shipping. Much more important is sulfur and nitrogen and small particles, maybe. So 3 other components that also could be calculated in the category of greenhouse gases, but CO2 emission is made the least important of those, which is why the IMO 10 years ago, 15 years ago, took initiatives to reduce sulfur. That's why we now have very low sulfur fuels. And that's already regulation that was introduced 15 years, 20 years ago, and gradually introduced in shipping in certain areas first, step by step. That has a major impact. But now everybody is focusing on CO2. So in terms of drivers for decarbonization, and that's why the specific term decarbonization is to get rid of CO2. 3 components basically. Obviously regulation, come back to that. But also in the market, there is a push to decarbonize. And there's a push from, you could say, another part of the market, which is financiers, banks, insurance companies, and big corporations that are supporting shipping by providing insurance and financing products. And they also push in a certain way for sustainability and decarbonization. So we'll just walk through. One major market push is something that's called B Corp. It's sort of a, you could say, a club of companies that want to be responsible for the world. And you can join this club, and then you have certain provisions that you need to adhere to in terms of investing in sustainability, reducing your footprint, focusing on circularity and reuse, all those kinds of things that make the world a better place. And also labor policies are part of that, reducing poverty. So a whole generic framework of trying to be a better. And these parties also have a manifest that says all our suppliers, all our service providers, we will try to instill these values on them as well, and that drives eventually a push towards more sustainability. More specifically, in the transport world, we have the so-called Black Framework, which is also a club of companies. IMO is behind it, or the United Nations is partly behind this. And they have also created a way of thinking about measuring emissions, because in transport, the first part that is complicated is how do you measure and attribute emissions. To just give you an example of how complicated this is, in the Paris Accords in 2015, all the countries submitted some sort of ambition to reduce CO2. But in the Netherlands, we are a very small country, a lot of our CO2 actually comes from Germany. Right, it's German industry, and the wind blows the CO2 to the Netherlands, and then we measure it in the Netherlands, but it's not really something we can control. So, and this you have across the entire transport industry with generating emissions and specifically attributing emissions to cargo. For container vessels, where you pick up cargo in different places and drop cargo off in different places, to say this is how many CO2 emission we have per container. It's becoming a very complicated mathematical exercise. So they created a framework to fix some of these problems. And then we get the Black Framework. So it's also a market push. No government's involved, not really. It's companies that sat together and figure out how are we going to measure, reduce, standardize, and that sort of thing. So that's one part, market push. Specifically in shipping, has also been around for decades, by the way. Port of Rotterdam started an initiative that's called the Green Award system. And it basically says, if you as a ship owner, you try to really be sustainable, we can award you some monetary benefits. And so we will give you some reduction of the port dues to appreciate what you're doing in terms of sustainability. So that scheme is also a market-driven scheme, right? The Dutch government was the initiator, but there's no money involved from the Dutch government. Capital markets, I think a lot of the capital market push at the other pillar is their choice eventually was reporting. So they also recognize this whole issue of what is your footprint actually? How do you measure that? How do you measure emissions and of what sort? How do we actually put all this together in the greenhouse gas footprint of a company or an activity? So they promoted a lot this ESG reporting in all kinds of different ways. Already introduced the ideas 20 years ago. And in the meantime, the World Economic Forum, International Business Council, accounting firms, of course, because they see a business model, right? They're putting all these numbers together and then certifying that they are accurate. So they are pushing very hard to do this. And then in the United States, there was some support of this. Also in Europe, we now have regulation that forces, so actually it's regulation that adopts this principle of formalized reporting on environmental and sustainability standards, sustainable development goals of the United Nations. So a lot more companies are now beginning to send out reports, not just an annual report with all their profit numbers in it, but also a sustainability report. Some of the big shipping companies are doing this as well. It doesn't matter if they're stock listed or not. Most of them have a sustainability report and list all their initiatives that explains what is working, what is not working, where they still need to do more, what their targets are, and where they are, and all that sort of stuff. So it's becoming a lot more transparent. And as soon as that is on the table, you will see that companies are actually looking at this, are judging each other on what are you doing, what are we doing, how is this working. So that's the capital market push, and then the regulatory push, again, a long-term process. Depending a bit on how you look at it. I think for most people, although for most people, the starting point of this whole push of we have to be careful with our planet because we're destroying it as we go along. It originates from the beginning of the 1970s, the Club of Rome. It's a very famous report that says it cannot be that we grow forever. The growth has to stop somewhere. But the more serious initiatives started a little bit late. So MARPOL, I think Maritime Pollution Convention of IMO is a sort of an underlying stream moving from pollution category to pollution category, basically addressing everything that the ship might cause to the environment, from waste to leakage of oil to harmful substances. Nuclear waste or whatever, everything is in the meantime is included for now. And the final parts are sort of, if we look at the final 15 years or so, you see that there was a sort of a step up on all these ambitions of really creating a more integrated framework instead of following MARPOL with its complications of how this lands into national legislation. There is now a sort of a broader view on building regulatory frameworks that address all of shipping in one go, and especially address some of the issues that haven't been tackled before properly. So that's sort of a development that's been ongoing for quite some time already. A lot of these documents you can read. The MARPOL Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement is the big push in 2015 for CO2. So this Paris Agreement, part of the United Nations initiative on climate change, really targeted CO2 as the major emission component that we need to start focusing on, instead of sulfur in shipping or nitrogen or something else. And that has really pushed initiatives in various parts of the world, particularly in Europe, I think we can say. And on top of that, the IMO greenhouse gas strategy, which culminated in 2023 in a sort of a revision that was put up for voting just last year and failed. But I will get back to that in a minute. This is a sort of the European, this guy is a Dutch guy, the one with the beard. He was the main commissioner driving what was called in Europe the Green Deal. So a package of quite advanced ideas on how to reduce emissions in all industries, including in shipping. Shipping got included in the end. After we dealt with the question, but what about shipping that goes in and out of Europe? And what about air transportation, where you fly in Europe and out of Europe? How do you calculate emissions? How do you contribute that to the European accounts of emissions? If the plane is actually outside of Europe for most of the time, right? If it flies to China, it's in Europe maybe 40% of the time, and 60% of it is outside Europe. So do you then count only 40% of the emissions? So then the debate was settled. We have a solution. I will get back to that in a minute. But he left, this guy. He became a politician in the Netherlands, and after that, the more left-wing oriented regulators in Europe shifted more to the right, and then suddenly the industry was hurt a lot more. And the industry said, you know, all this is hampering us. This is difficult. This is expensive. This is not working. Could we do something less, or could we do something better, maybe, or something? So they changed it into the Clean Industry Deal. And you see it has all kinds of differences. Colleague of mine made this table to sort of figure out what is the regulatory push. So we are still sort of struggling with this in Europe to figure out what is the best policy, and the result of it, as I will show you, is we're on two parallel paths, at least from my perspective. Maybe in India you're on two parallel paths as well. From IMO in India, we have Europe IMO. So in IMO, this is the same timeline, but cut short a little bit on this side. And it also introduces some of the operational measures. We'll talk about that a little bit later from IMO. So this is Europe. This is the European timeline. This is the IMO timeline. I thought it was interesting to point you at these boxes here. So these are the targets, right? The greenhouse gas policy targets are, at a certain year, we have to reduce emissions by a certain percentage. And the most of the target dates are 2030 and 2050. So Europe says 2030 target is minus 55% of the emission levels of 1990. And in 2050, net zero. Not exactly zero, but net zero. So if there is still some emission, it will be offset by some stuff that counts negative, right? Like, wind generated electricity or some other things that can be offset. So minus 55, zero. IMO says 2030, minus 40%. 2050, minus 70%, right? Intensity down by 70% and total emissions by 50%. So the IMO targets are less ambitious than the European targets, right? And the reason is IMO is a maritime organization, and they're a bit more realistic, a bit more in favor of, you might say, the shipping industry. And the shipping industry said, yeah, you know, have you looked at our assets? Our assets are 25, 30 years old. So some of the assets that will be around in 2050 are already here, 2025. So yeah, we cannot reduce to 100%. It's impossible because some of the base is already there, which means you have to allow us to reduce less than that. So they came up with this sort of compromise of saying, okay, 50% and the intensity 70%. But that is you could say from a shipping perspective realistic. From a European perspective, it's disappointing, right? Because we need to get to zero, at least to net zero, which means we already have one big chunk that needs to be compensated with some other clever arrangement, which is shipping. All the shipping emissions will be reduced by, at best, 70%, which means 30% of shipping emissions already need to be in that bucket of stuff that we need to compensate in the net zero scheme. So, yeah, if we go for IMO, it's going to be a headache for Europe. That's the consequence of this. So we are still on parallel tracks. Europe has its own regulatory process. IMO has a process. So we'll see where that brings us. So in the meantime, already some time ago, Marpol introduced some specific operational indicators, right? The Energy Efficiency Design Index, the Energy Efficiency, what is the X again? The Existing Ship Index, yeah, that was it. And the Carbon Intensity Index. And these indexes are used on ships to calculate their impact, both on the ship design, the ship management side, the ship technical side, and also in the the steering room, you could say, because speed optimization is one element in here. Propeller optimization. So there's a lot of tweaking and messing about with the technology on the ship that can be done to improve energy efficiency. So this is already there. A lot of debate if it works and how it's calculated and if it actually shows you the real impact. And I think that we'll see later on the consensus is that in some cases not really very effective at all. So this is new ships need to be more energy efficient. The XE is applicable to all ships, so there's some stuff that need to be done, and then CII particularly about operational efficiency. So it's about how you sail as a crew, and not always full speed, but mindful of how that works. The European package in the meantime has expanded a lot, right? So the main part is Fuel EU Maritime. That is the European emission reduction regulation that is, let's say, parallel to the IMO initiative. So it only holds for Europe, but it is more stringent because we have more stringent emissions. IMO has a package that's supposed to work for the entire world, right? So that's the difference. But we have a lot of here is the CSRD, CSDDD. That's about the reporting stuff that I talked about. We have something that's called the carbon border adjustment mechanism that has to do with how we value CO2 that is emitted outside of Europe when you bring the goods through which they are constructed in China or India, how you value that CO2, because that needs to be valued in the European market as well. There we have an EU emission trading mechanism to create a value for CO2. We are concerned about land use, forestry. We have fuel-related regulation that is all about how do we value biofuels, how do we deal with green fuels compared to non-green fuels, all that kind of stuff. So, but you see here that there are some interventions by the new European government we have to reduce some of the measures. But still, there's a time path, right, where I think in the meantime, the EU has realized that full 100% is also not possible, so they have come up with something that comes close to that 80% reduction and a more time-phased process. And they're going to have not only rely fully on the ship owners, but also do a lot of investments in Europe themselves. And one of the main ideas is shore power. So a big push for emission reduction in Europe is to make sure that all the ships that land in the port don't have to keep their engines running, right? To run all the systems, they can plug into a power socket in the key wall and get all the power they need from that. That's the plan, anyway. So a lot of ports, Amsterdam, Antwerp, all these ports are preparing for this. As it turns out, what they're beginning to realize, maybe I should say, is the ship needs a lot of power, right? The ship has big engines generate an enormous amount of power. So if you have a bunch of big ships in a port and they all need power from the shore, you need additional power generation to make that happen. And in some cases, that is surprising for some of the port authorities, because we already have a power, well, we don't have a power shortage, but we have a power transportation shortage in the Netherlands, because everybody's buying electric cars, everybody puts solar panels on their roof, and we're depending a lot more on the power grid to deal with all the power that we generate but also use. So to plug in a few extra big users of power is complicated. Yeah, much more complicated than people thought. So it's working, but it's expensive and troublesome in some areas. Now to show you the transport-related complications, Fuel EU Maritime says, okay, we're going to basically, if I say it simply, we're going to tax CO2 emissions, but because it's shipping, and shipping can be within Europe, but also to and from Europe, we're going to tax it differently if you stay within Europe. So greenhouse gas intensity accounts applies to 100% of the energy used on voyages within Europe, but only 50% of the voyages to and from Europe, right? So, and this So this was first, right? This did this later to fix the problem. So then what a lot of container companies said is, okay, I have certain voyages within Europe, I'm not going to do that. I will go to Tangier, I will go to the UK, I will go to Norway, I will make sure that I minimize this energy usage on which this 100% is going to be applied. I'll make 50% as much as I can. So MSC were doing very funny routes. And then the European Union came up with this and said, but if you go outside of Europe, but you stay within 300 nautical miles, it still counts as a full European trip. So you see, I've seen this before, that the European regulator is first of all a little bit naive, right? And then the industry tries to circumvent, and then they come up with something that is even more complicated, because now you have to keep track of where you are and if it's within or outside 300 nautical miles, and then it counts or doesn't count. So you can imagine that the accountants that need to get onto this stuff to figure out how much CO2 tax we actually have to pay in Europe. That's fuel EU maritime. So a lot of people were very much hoping this would not come to pass because we had IMO, right? IMO was having its own track, as I explained to you already, which was worldwide. So that was the big incentive to say, let's see what IMO does, because that will be the world standard instead of this stupid European standard that is too complicated to explain anyway. So let's hope that that works. Yeah, this is another example of how complicated it gets, especially if you start switching fuels. So there's a low greenhouse gas intensity fuel which you might use in the EU, but fossil fuels outside anyway. It's mind-bogglingly complicated. I will leave the slides for you to distribute so you can have a look yourself. In the end, there is a reduction potential or a reduction ambition, you might say, which includes some other complicated stuff. You could say we can report additional reduction percentages if you do wind-assisted propulsion. So, which is why a colleague of mine is totally obsessed with wind-assisted propulsion in cargo shipping at the moment, because there's a lot of shipping companies who are considering it. A lot of shipping companies are doing it not because it works, but because they want to have these additional percentages in their accounting system. Yeah. Right. So I think in the end, it's up to people like us to explain to some of these regulators why this is so difficult, why the shipping industry is so, in their view, sluggish, why or unwilling. And there's a number of very valid reasons for this, I think. And one is the ship. We already talked about that, capital intensity of the ship, the cost related to alternative fuels. I will show you a whole bunch of alternative fuels in a minute. All of them are more expensive than normal HVO or very low sulfur fuel. All of them. Another point is the ship is going anywhere, right? You could be anywhere in the world. If you happen to run on a ship that needs methanol, in that place you need access to methanol. And if that access is not there, you're not going to buy a ship that runs on methanol, right? So this accessibility, the logistics of fuel play a big role in this as well. There are also regulatory issues. Some governments are protecting their own shipping industries by specific regulatory choices. There's a risk of running into different frameworks where things count differently in different parts of the world. The EU Fuel Maritime is an example of that. And there's also an issue with innovation, because there's lots of possibilities, but not always clear. They're always expensive, and it's not always clear how much effect they really have. And they make operations much more complex. And instead of having already complex vessels, you have vessels with very complex scrubber technology or very filtering technology, and then the chemicals for the filtering process need to be separately dealt with as well. It becomes very, very tricky. Okay, but let's talk a little bit about fuel. So it's important, I think, to start with fuel is not the only solution to be more environmentally friendly. And there's many other things, as I'm sure you know. So we have this sort of overview slide of a ship, you could say a ship design that includes technical design of the vessel, but also the operational profile, right? right? So how you sail. And there's a whole bunch of levers you have from the engine, how you arrange auxiliary power, what the hull looks like, boilers that set up a certain sustainable configuration, and then choices in terms of how you run the systems, how much time you're at sea or in the port, speed of the vessel, the draft, the weather conditions, choices you make to power through a storm or not, that also have a big impact on the environmental profile of the ship. So, and if you want to be more sustainable, you need to consider all these options, right? Not just pick one and then say that's our one bet. So it's a complicated choice, and in some cases, a ship owner that just buys a ship can decide here. But if he charters out the ship to somebody else, the decisions on the other part are made somewhere else. And the other way around as well. If you charter a ship is a given for you, with its environmental footprint is a large part. A lot of the design is fixed. You can still decide to what you do with speed and how you deal with the fuels and all that, but a large part of what the ship is already there. So there are limitations in really playing this extensive game of making shipping more sustainable. So this is another slide of basically the same thing as I just showed, but again, it goes all the way from ship technology to fleet management that controls the sustainability dimension. I'm going to focus on this, fuel technology, so we'll talk about a bunch of these alternatives. And I will give you the final conclusion. All of them have problems. So just to finalize the story of how many levers can you actually pull, this is a slide that shows another setup of some calculations that were made by the Maersk Kinney Muller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. They estimated in these different categories: technical efficiency, alternative propulsion, operational efficiency, business strategy, and how well you want to serve your customers, how much savings can be attributed to that. And if you do the maximum, you see that you can reach almost 50% of a reduction with existing ships to a very large extent. Yeah. So there's still quite a lot of potential in the shipping industry without really building and buying other ships. Okay, that's one. Second part of this is, if we look at fuel efficiency or emission-related efficiency, you need to not just look at how much fuel you burn and what that costs, but also where the fuel comes from. And so to refer to that sort of entire chain of how is the fuel generated, so all the way to how do we burn it in the vessel, it's called well to wake, and the wake is the wake of the ship, and the well refers to oil wells, but it also refers to the origin of all the other fuels, right? Hydrogen, methanol, and in many cases, and this is particularly true for hydrogen, for instance. Hydrogen is an excellent fuel because it burns and the outcome is water, right? So, what's not to like? But the only way that is actually, if you could put it in a car, for instance, the only way it's actually going to be better than burning fossil fuel is if it is generated with green energy, so with wind or with solar energy. Because if you generate it in a sort of an industrial way, you have to put so much energy into pulling apart water to get oxygen and hydrogen. There's more energy going into that than that you save by emitting less. So it depends a lot on what you do here. If you actually end up with a positive contribution to the environment or not. Yeah, and that plays a role in all of these alternative fuels, that discussion. So the well to tank versus the tank to wake phase. So there's lots of brochures and documents. My colleague is in love with Bureau Veritas because they have a fairly open platform where they publish a lot of this stuff, where they make overviews of this, right? Of alternative fuels, carbon-related fuels, liquefied natural gas, LPG, methanol, which are still carbon-based, right? The molecule still contains carbon atoms, but it looks different from real fossil fuel, and therefore you have emission reductions. For instance, LNG is quite well known, but if you put LNG in an engine, compared to fuel oil, very fuel oil. The CO2 reduction is 20-25% if your engine is tuned to burn LNG. If not, then you don't have this reduction. But if you do, you can reach 25% reduction, which is quite a decent success already. Biofuels, biomethane, synthetic methane, syngas, those are carbon neutral fuels. Some of them are still carbon based, but considered to be carbon neutral because they're not new carbon atoms, and they are recycled carbon atoms, or in some other way there's a choice not to count the emissions from this. And then the zero carbon fuels are, in that category we have hydrogen and ammonia, which don't have a carbon atom in them, right? Hydrogen is just H, right? And ammonia is nitrogen and hydrogen together. Yeah. So hydrogen has a particular problem, which is that it's a very small molecule, right? H2 is very small, and it basically evaporates through everything, through steel, through. So you cannot really store it very long. You cannot really transport it for very long. You cannot really transport it easily through pipelines because you will lose a lot of your product along the way. But one way to solve that is to bind it to something else. And ammonia, the hydrogen atom, is one of those ways. It will become liquid, so that has some advantages. And then you can store it, you can transport it, you can also burn it. And so that is a way to deal with it. There's also other ways to lock it into some other fuel, or to or liquid, I should say, or to bind it to a powder maybe. But that is a big problem with hydrogen, which the hydrogen lobby doesn't really want to hear very much. And so they've been pushing hydrogen as the main fuel because of this story that I just said. If you burn it, you get water as emission, way better than CO2. But you have all these operational problems with hydrogen to deal with as well. Okay, so the problem is 98% of the current fleet doesn't use these alternative fuels yet, but there's a lot in the order. So if you look at a lot of the ships that are being ordered now, a lot of them have hybrid engines, are methanol ready, ammonia ready, hydrogen ready, and just waiting for this market to really pick up and become viable. So okay, so there is perspective here, but it's slow going, as I already discussed. This is another view of the same thing, right? So current fleet runs. This is particularly about the methanol uptake, and you see that the order book actually consists of quite some significant ships running either with LPG, LNG, or methanol. So biofuels as one first alternative is the easiest one because it's actually just a fuel, right? Like a regular fuel. You can mix it into regular fossil fuels quite easily. There's actually regulation in some parts of the world to do that already. Brazil has been running cars on ethanol for ages, so that's not a strange choice. And it's basically recycled biological material, where what it's made from. There is a problem with this, which is that if you say, okay, if I can make fuel from biological material, I just grow a whole field of some wheat, and I'll crush it and make that into fuel. Would that be a good idea? And the problem with that is that that fuel cannot be used to grow food anymore. If you just harvest it and make biofuels, which is happening in some parts of the world, then that land is lost for food production. So that consideration of land use, alternative land use, is a part that in some discussions is included, in some isn't. And if you include it, it defeats the case for many of the biofuel alternatives very quickly. Depends a bit if you care or not. There are some other issues with biofuels, right? First of all, it's usually an additive. So you have your normal fuel, and then you add in this component which makes your ship more environmentally friendly, with fewer of the emissions count. But you need an additional tank, right? You need a normal fuel tank, and you need an additional tank for this biofuel. So that's already an issue. And some of these biofuels are also damaging, right? They might be more acidic than normal fuels, they might be corrosive to some extent. They might cause clogging because there might still be stuff in there that will clog up your filters and all that. So there are all kinds of operational problems related to the large scale use of biofuels. And we're slowly beginning to see some of these coming out now because more and more ship owners are considering this. And that also means that all these problems are coming to the forefront. There is a different way, and so these are elements in the greenhouse gas regulatory structure. So this is the efficiency indexes, the carbon intensity index, the European regulation, and EU Fuel Maritime. This is the EU Fuel Maritime. And the use of biofuel is valued in different ways, right? For the indexes, it doesn't count. So you could put as much biofuel in your ship, it's not going to affect your EEX time. If it affects your carbon intensity indicator, it depends on the flag state. Some flag states value biofuel mixing, some others don't. So depends. Yeah. And in the formal regulation, you see that it is valued, but it needs to be certified. And especially in Europe, we have an EU RED regulation for certified biofuels. And it also gives us the possibility to deal with some of these land use issues. So there is additional regulatory pressure for that. So it's complicated, right? Yeah. Okay, ammonia then. So ammonia, as I already said, is basically a hydrogen carrier, you could say. There's different sorts. There's gray ammonia, where you make it from natural gas or even from coal. There's blue. By capturing CO2 and binding it with ammonia, and splits in different ways. No, that doesn't make sense. So it's from natural gas, which is another molecule that contains a nitrogen atom. So then it becomes blue, and there's green if you do that completely with renewable energy, so solar, wind, or water-related energy. Only the green ammonia is the real deal, right? Everything else, there's even a bigger, more complicated color scheme, if you see here. All the other ones are either very energy intensive or actually create more emissions in the well to tank phase than in the tank to wake phase. Yeah. There's another problem, so all kinds of ways of producing it. There was a PhD student in TU Delft in the Netherlands who's done all these calculations about what alternative fuels are we going to need for the shipping industry to reach the targets. And his conclusion was we cannot do it without ammonia. If there is no ammonia, then we're not going to make any of these targets. Doesn't matter if you look at the EU targets or the IMO targets, just not going to make it with methanol and with biofuels. We need ammonia and we need a hydrogen carrier. Now, the problem with ammonia is nobody is using it yet. It's not available or very expensive. And if there is ammonia, it's not green. So, yeah, it's really a problematic route for the moment. Apart from the fact, I think that's here in the safety column, it's extremely toxic as well. So oil spill is problematic, but not necessarily immediately will lead to people dying. Ammonia will. An ammonia spill on a ship, as soon as you breathe it in, you're dead. So it's really dangerous stuff. And I think that issue, that goes through the entire chain of how do we prepare, how do we manufacture it, how do we transport, where do we store, how do we get it to the ship, and how do we use it in the ship. In all these phases, this issue of, but how do we deal with this toxicity is a problem, right? And it's a problem that's not so easy to solve, especially if we start using ammonia in very large volumes. So that's ammonia. Methanol then. Methanol has a similar sort of complex story of how can you create methanol. Different processes, different sources, different ways in which it can be created. Some of those routes will result in green methanol, other routes will result in blue or gray or even red methanol, depending on how much emission is created in the process of making it. So it's a fairly similar story. The only thing is that this is a carbon-based fuel. which is a bit easier to use. It looks a lot more like the carbon-based items that now, molecules that now go into the ship. So it's a much more viable short-term solution for alternative fuels, which is why there's already dozens of ships around that can actually use methanol. Yeah. Most of the methanol we currently have, and there's plenty of methanol. If you go to Fujairah in the Middle East, not now, but soon, I guess. If you go there, plenty of methanol. It's all grey methanol. It's a byproduct, so it comes from this line here. It's a byproduct of oil refining. You can buy methanol as much as you want. So the availability of methanol is not a problem. It's not green. It's grey. But you can say, okay, fine. Maersk, for instance, who is trying to bet on methanol, says, okay, we are going to try it out. We're figuring out how it works operationally. We have hybrid ships that can use methanol. Every now and again, we'll put grey methanol in. And we're also going to start a bunch of projects on green methanol somewhere in the world, in Africa, in other places where there's a lot of production, biomass, for instance. We're going to make more green methanol in due course, and that will transform our fleet over the time, because we have until 2050, into a green fleet, right? That could be a strategy, at least. That's actually the background of the exercise we've been running with some of your students some time ago. Yeah, so pricing, now you see some price. So because there is a lot of methanol, there's a reliable price setting already going on in various places in the world. So it is a much more sound alternative than ammonia. Nobody knows exactly how much it costs. And for this, you can actually make some bunch of calculations already. So that's a good thing. And you see here ships, these bunch of shipping companies are all ordering ships dual fuel. So they burn classic fossil fuel, but also methanol. So two different fuel tanks, right? Because you still, to run an engine on methanol, you need a pilot fuel anyway, right? So you always need normal fossil fuel, at least a little bit, 2, 3, 4% or something, to get the engine running. Then you pump in methanol, and then it burns methanol. So you have to have 2 tanks anyway. Yeah, so CMA, 32 ships on the books for now with methanol, Evergreen 24, Maersk 23. So they're really going for this. 152 ships at the moment that are. So the industry seems to be really believing that this could be, at least for the next, I don't know, decades, 15 years, 20 years, could be a way forward. Right? It's a bit more expensive still, but there's lots of projects. If you Google a little bit, you will find lots of projects where we are creating production facilities for green methanol, so that's ongoing as well. Maersk, for one, is a big investor in some of these projects. And people will really expect it differently from ammonia, but for methanol, people expect really these prices to go down fairly soon. Yeah, so lots of the Laura Maersk and Maersk, I think, is some of the early ventures of methanol-ready ships. The Laura Maersk is the ship that features in the exercise that we have created to calculate the bunker cost strategy. So they're just sailing. I think they are finding out that really getting their hands on enough methanol is not so easy. So they're trying sometimes switching between methanol and normal fuels. It has repercussions for the effectiveness of the propulsion, right? It has actually, for methanol, the problem is you need twice as much methanol for the same distance, and it's twice as expensive at the moment, right? So it really starts adding up if you consistently run a ship on methanol, which means they're experimenting with it, but not in a very consistent way for now. Another problem is methanol has quite a low flash point. It's almost gas, not really, but almost. So as soon as it gets a little bit hot, it becomes gaseous and it explodes fairly quickly. And then it burns without smell, you cannot see it. It's also dangerous in a different way than ammonia because it's used a lot. So there's experiences if you Google in Formula 1 racing. There's some famous movies of drivers who are jumping up and down. It means there's methanol burning on them, but you cannot see anything. You just see them jumping up and down in a very strange way. This is also dangerous, right? On a ship, you can imagine situations where you don't smell anything, and then suddenly somebody falls over because they were burned up some leaking methanol. Yeah. Advantages are if you spill methanol, it's not going to create a big pollution problem. So that's maybe a benefit. So then hydrogen. Yeah, the most abundant element of the universe, is what my optimistic colleagues say. It's very versatile. You can make it in many different ways. It produces only water. I mentioned this already. But yeah, there's also this whole story of how it's done. I think in hydrogen, I already mentioned a bunch of the positive and negatives of hydrogen. There is a huge expectation in a certain part of the business community in the world that hydrogen is really going to be it. Hydrogen is it. And all methanol, ammonia, it's all temporary. Hydrogen is where we need to go. The problem is we really need to be green. And so you need to build electrolyzer capacity and have access to windmills or solar panel meadows to get the green energy going to make green hydrogen. So we're doing it. That's what we're doing in Rotterdam, right? We are building windmill parks at sea. We are laying the transportation facilities for the power. We have a reception station in the port that's currently being built, and we have a field where we can put electrolyzers. And we're building the hydrogen pipeline backbone into the industrial estate, which is a bit further down the road, to use the hydrogen. So we're building all that stuff, all based on this promise of hydrogen. Now you see here that we are sort of here. The lightest blue is mobility. So mobility will not be a big chunk of the hydrogen we can generate, because we need to really get the industrial estate to transform into hydrogen. And they're using hydrogen already, but they need to transform to green hydrogen. So there's now currently one running electrolyzer in Rotterdam, built by Shell. And Shell, it serves 20% of the facility of the need of Shell. So one electrolyzer is 20% of Shell. So Shell needs another 4, right? And then we have 3 other refineries that have similar requirements. So at least we need about 20 electrolyzers to just serve the industrial estate before there is any hydrogen left for the transport industry. So this expectation that the transport industry in 2050 will become a big user of green hydrogen is incredibly ambitious, I think. And it remains to be seen if there is if that is really going to pan out or not. Yeah. We'll see. There are some pilot projects. There's actually maybe show you pictures is better. So there are some designs of ships. This is a ferry or it's supposed to be running on hydrogen. The trading vessel of one of the Dutch Notting Galleries in Rotterdam is hydrogen ready. They told us. We were there recently. It's hydrogen ready, so they can deal with hydrogen if somebody gets their hands on some hydrogen. There's some other ships. There was a barge that was built, Anthony, to run on hydrogen, because they see here Novian. Novian is a chemical company that is in the chloride business. So they have salt cavities where they pull apart the salt molecule, and for some reason that they end up with a lot of hydrogen as they do that. And so they were saying we need a barge to bring us salt, and then because we have so much hydrogen, why don't you put a hydrogen engine in the barge and we'll run it on hydrogen? So that was a nice idea. Slapped me around the face with it all the time when I said, I don't believe in hydrogen for shipping. He said, Albert, look, there's already a barge there. What are you talking about? But after a few years, we said, you know, how many voyages did the barge do on hydrogen exactly? And they said, yeah. So what are you saying? 0. Why? Yeah, permits, technical issues. So it never ran on hydrogen. In the meantime, there's another company who did the same thing because they thought this was such an excellent idea. It went bankrupt in the meantime, so it's not going well for the hydrogen case in the shipping industry, I think, for now. Yeah. I think here critical success factors are all reasons why it currently fails, right? There is no regulatory framework. There is no solution for storage of hydrogen yet. The partners in the chain don't really know what to do. The insurers don't want to play ball. Goes on and on and on like that. So again, sort of an evaluation. Lots of potential, a lot of wishful thinking, maybe I should say. And a lot of people really want this to work, but it's a really tricky thing to do, to store hydrogen somewhere and to keep it. And it's also, the energy density of hydrogen is also very low. And that's I think another thing you need to realize. It is extremely difficult with whatever alternative fuel you have to beat classic fossil fuels. The energy density of diesel or marine diesel oil or heavy fuel oil is way higher than all of these other alternatives. And that's why you need twice as much methanol for the same distance, because the energy density is half of normal diesel. For hydrogen, I think it's about 15%. So you need 7 times as much hydrogen for the same distance as marine diesel oil. Yeah, that doesn't help. Okay, another alternative, wind assisted. And you already saw that the link for wind assisted is built into the regulatory system in Europe at least, and gives you bonus points. So that's maybe a reason. So there are some companies who are providing this technology. Basically, put a bunch of masts on the ship, right, and then you don't have a sail anymore, and you can have a rotor blade or whatever. So the technology has improved a lot. So this is a little bit stupid. It doesn't look like that. It's much more simple. There are some technical issues, right? It's a bit unclear if you put a mast on an existing ship, to what extent the classification society needs to get involved or not. We talked to some company that does this installation of windmills on ships, and they figured out that they didn't know the existence of classification society, which is funny. So we said, did you talk to them? Because you're putting them all on one side, which means you need to have a countervailing weight on the other side somehow, otherwise the ship will fall over. So we figured it out. So the whole project is now delayed because they need to sort of set down and redesign the vessel basically. So there are some technical problems, but in the meantime, what it turns out as well is that it works. It works quite well, and you can reduce 10 to 15% fuel reduction, which really pays off if you are in the right place with the right wind. So it works in certain parts of the Pacific. It works in certain directions. Then you have this maximum reduction, right? You can imagine this. It doesn't work on the Atlantic, right? Where the wind changes direction all the time. There is no payoff. So this makes a big difference, which means that these companies have to realize the first thing they have to ask from the shipping companies is where's your ship sailing? Because we can already tell you, depending on where it currently sails, if it's going to pay off or not, right? It doesn't matter how many sails you put on. If you're in the wrong part of the world, it's not going to work. But if you're in the right part of the world, it can work. Another alternative is electric. This is actually maybe for ocean vessels, not so much the solution, but for barging, which is a big thing in Europe. It's really interesting. So we have the Heineken factory, the big Heineken beer factory in the Netherlands is in a place called Zoeterwoude, which is, shall I say, 55 kilometers from Rotterdam. And Heineken is a B Corp player, so they want to be sustainable. They said, you know what, we want to do our 14,000 containers of export beer on an electric barge. Can we do that? So they had a company build 2 electric barges, and that's it's a big project. It's also quite a big success because electric, 0 emission, right? No CO2, no discussion about how much percent reduction? No, 0 emission, nothing. Yeah, you need to figure out how you get the batteries going, by the way. You have 2 containers on board that have all the batteries in there. And to switch quickly, you cannot really wait for the batteries to load. You need to replace the container with full batteries. for a container, an empty battery. So there's a bit of logistics to figure out there. But because this is such an easy trajectory between Zoeterwoude and Rotterdam, they know exactly where the barge is going to be, where the full and the empty batteries need to be. So there you can solve it. As it turns out, you cannot really solve it easily anywhere else, right? You need a simple trajectory like this. So again, it's this sort of, Albert, why are you saying electric barging is not going anywhere? I say, well, this is the only project that is successful because it's so simple, right? Back and forth between the two same places. Yeah. Finally, nuclear. I am convinced, by the way, this is my own opinion, right? I'm not trying to indoctrinate you in any way, but I think in the longer term, nuclear is the only way to go for really sustainable, emission-free shipping, right? That's the only way you can do it. It's still going to take us 25 years, so maybe most of you in your seafaring career will not be on a nuclear propulsion ship, but you see it's not strange, because we have aircraft carriers, we have submarines, we have icebreakers. There's one or two other ships that already run on a nuclear power plant, so it's not strange, it's not science fiction or anything. On cargo vessels, it is a little bit, it's a new idea, I think. So we have one vessel, I didn't put a picture in, we have in the Netherlands, one of the offshore companies is running the biggest vessel that has ever existed. It's called the Pioneering Spirit, which is a vessel that consists of two hulls that are welded together, and it's created to remove offshore jackups at sea for oil platforms that have run out of oil, and these jackups need to be removed at some point. So they built this vessel, 400,000 GT total. That would be an excellent ship to run on the nuclear power plant. And the company is called Allseas, and don't be surprised, Allseas is the big driver behind this whole discussion of how can we get nuclear power going in the Netherlands. As it turns out, there's two problems. One is technology, but if you talk to a nuclear scientist, they say, no, and we're not talking about a nuclear power plant that can have a meltdown. It's none of that technology. You need to think small modular reactor. The fuel is totally encased in, let's say, metal bulbs, so there's no way in which this can contaminate or pollute or anything. So the technology seems to be there, but still have to convince a lot of people that it's safe enough. And then the other story is the regulatory framework. And just so there is a convention, I think SOLAS, chapter 8, is that about nuclear fuel? Yeah. In the Netherlands, we have not ratified that yet. So we're a little bit behind with the ratification of that particular chapter. I think because nobody thought it was going to be relevant. Now it becomes relevant, and now the Netherlands says, yeah, we're going to wait for IMO to come up with something. But IMO is a very sluggish organization, right? That needs a year to put something on the agenda, needs another year to get some discussion going, and then another year to come to the preparation of a decision, and before you know it, you're 5 years in the future and you don't even have anything yet. And then you have ratification, and it's going to take 25 years as well. So I think it's a solution. There are some really significant cases there. There's some calculations on the valuation of nuclear propulsion that seem to be really paying off towards 2045, 2050. So if we really want to get to net zero in 2050, nuclear, I think, is what we need, not ammonia, but nuclear. There's some significant problems to solve at the moment. We're in the middle of this. Like we have a PhD student who's working on this stuff. Some lawyers got into this, trying to convince insurance companies to start thinking about this. The insurance company said, what we are interested in is what is the magnitude of a disaster with a ship that is run by nuclear fuel. Yeah, we don't know because it doesn't exist yet. So if you could show us 2 or 3 examples of a disaster, then we can make a calculation how much money we need to put up, and if it's $1 billion or $2 billion, doesn't matter, but we need to know something. So yeah, guys, seriously, if that is your condition, right, we show you some disasters, and then you come up with an insurance solution, you have to really change your thinking. So there's a lot of work to be done there. Yeah. Okay, so forget about nuclear for a bit. We have this nice overview of all the benefits and negative sides. So you see here the classic very low sulfur fuel option. It's green here. The only problem is the green credentials, right? It's creating emissions that are going to be taxed. We don't want these emissions anymore, so there's the problem. All the other issues are actually not that problematic. But you see, as soon as we start thinking about alternatives, maybe these two are resulting in some solutions that might be workable. Methanol maybe also, although if you have to choose between LNG and methanol, maybe LNG is a better choice for now. But biofuels, hydrogen, ammonia, you see red blocks popping up everywhere. They have problems. Yeah. And another problem is, from an entrepreneurial point of view, if you say, okay, you have one option now, and instead of that, we now have 7 options, every entrepreneur becomes cranky as a result of that. Says, yeah, 7 options, what do I care? I want to know what I should do. What should I do? Should I do methanol? You tell me. Methanol or LNG? Which one is it? You don't know, right? And this is problematic for companies. They have to make choices. Well, companies seem to make a choice. Methanol for now. 150 ships already in the order. I'm not entirely sure if it's a good choice. For now, it's a choice that will give them an option. It's more expensive, it's more complicated, dangerous. Availability is limited, and the green benefit of it, the fact that can you really get your hands on green methanol, might also be problematic. So our life is going to be a lot more complicated in the next few years. I think this is more or less what I wanted to talk to you about. There is a whole story here about carbon taxing. But I will not do that. I think we need to get upstairs to prepare for the simulations. So with this, I think I would like to end here. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll see some of you in the simulation later, I think. Yeah. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Professor Dr. for your informative session on alternate fuels. And now, the next session will be held at a full mission simulator room. So all candidates are pushed to go there. Okay, before that, we will go for a team break. Now, after 15 minutes, the team will be separate. Officers one. Okay, please join the team break. Thank you. So they are going to backlight, they will provide cyber training on the simulator. Okay, backlight. In half an hour, afterwards, you will go back to the class. Mobile is not talking with another person. Ringing. No, the date will not work. No, it's all right. It's 5. Sir,
Hello, hello, mic check, mic check.